Clock, time to start. This is the second meeting at our new time frame. Welcome everybody to Topeka. Well, on the screen is Troy Sporer from Oakley.
Can you hear me, Gerald?
We can now. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right.
Sheila Camus, commission support.
Jason Dixon, commission support.
Brad Lovelace, secretary.
Stuart Schrog, assistant secretary.
Terry Bruce, legal counsel.
Okay. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
There is one change. Terry Bruce will be presenting a legislative update instead of Dan Riley.
Okay. Do I have an approval for the minutes of January 12th?
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Good to see a good crowd here today. Welcome you all. Encourage you to come back. I saw Michael Pierce here and he didn't have his notebook. When I first started, every time I'd blurt out something untoward, he would write it down. And he was sort of my conscience, I suppose. Anyway, it's good to see him here. The department report, I guess we start with the public hearing. And we'll have the secretary's orders for deer. Levi, do you want to present that? That is a non-voting item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It'll be cool.
Levi Jaster, Emporia, Kansas. And let me pull up my paper that I forgot to print off coming. All right, secretary's orders will set the season permit quotas for this coming deer season and also the number of doe permits that can be used in each unit. And if it can get up where I will run through the changes for this season. All right, for statewide archery, there are no changes. They're still over the counter, open availability. The whitetail either deer is still over the counter, open availability. Hunt your own lands are over the counter. The western mule deer for residents for firearms, which is a draw permit, which that includes our deer management units 1, 2, 17, and 18. The quota for 2023 is 1,170 permits, which is a decline of 90 from last year. And the East Zone permits, which is units 3, 4, 5, 7, and 16, is 75, which is a decline of 5 from 80 from last year. So that brings the total resident mule deer permits to 1,245 for the 2023 allocation. And for antlerless deer throughout our units, there's no change from last year as far as the number that are allowed. Units 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, and the urban unit 19 are still allowing 5 total. And then the units 6, 8, 9, 10, and 17 are allowing only 1 permit, and then unit 18 still has no antlerless deer permits allocated. That then would take me to the non-resident permit quotas, which are done by the unit. And in unit 1, there are 585 permits for 2023, which is a decline of 77. Habitat and fawn survival have been really poor out in that area. And then it also has 35 mule deer stamps allocated in unit 1, which is a decline of 5 from the previous year. Unit 2 has 379 permits, which is 40 fewer than 2022, and 27 mule deer stamps, which is 3 fewer than 2022. Much for the same reasons as unit 1. Populations are down, habitats in poor shape, and we're not seeing much for fawns in our surveys. Unit 3 is 902 for the quota, which is 50 less than last year. And then 5 mule deer stamps, which is the same as the year before. Again, Western Kansas with the drought suffered pretty bad as far as habitat and low populations. Unit 4 has 494 permits, which is 27 fewer than 2022, and 1 mule deer stamp available, which is the same as 2022. DMU 5 has 712 permits available, which was 12 below 2022, and 1 mule deer stamp available in that unit. DMU 6 has 544 permits available, which is 16 more than last year. And there is no mule deer hunting in unit 6. DMU 7 has 1,582 permits, which is 67 permits less than the previous year. DMU 8 has 1,900 permits, which is 48 fewer than the previous year. DMU 9 is starting to see a little bit of population growth, and so that's resulted in 1,132 permits, which is 87 more than the previous year. So we can offer a little more opportunity there. Unit 10 is also seeing a little bit, very slight population growth. And so it is allocated with 1,296 permits, which is 26 more than 2022. DMU 11 has 3,360 permits, which is no change from last year. DMU 12 has 2,243 permits, which is a 19 less than last year. DMU 13 has 587 permits, which is 25 more than in 2022. And 14 has 1,961 permits, which is 10 more than the previous year. DMU 15 has 1,584, which is 65 more due to some population growth and a resulting increase in deer vehicle accidents in that unit. DMU 16 has 1,814 permits, which is 34 below the 2022 quota. And there are no mule deer permits or stamps available in 16. Unit 17 has 656 permits available, which is no change for the whitetail, and 45 mule deer stamps, which is 5 below the 2022 quota. And DMU 18 has 258 permits available, which is no change, and 20 mule deer stamps, which is also no change. That brings the total non-resident permits to 21,989, which is 145 permits less than last year, largely due to changes in Western Kansas. And the total mule deer stamps available are 134, which is less than the 147 that were available in 2022, largely due to population changes and poor fawning that we're seeing out there, largely due to that poor habitat with drought in mule deer range. And that would then, last year we saw a little more of an increase in applications, brings our overall, from last year, our overall draw rate for non-residents to, it was 73.9% for the state. And with that, that is the Secretary's orders for 2023, this upcoming season.
Any questions for Levi?
One, Levi, how many of the non-resident hunt your own land permits get sold on average?
I'd have to look up the numbers specifically to see. It's a few thousand.
Is that number going up steadily,
It's
down?
It's bounced around year to year. I know that our law enforcement folks have put in more effort to police those changes too. So I think that's helped, but it changes a little every year. It's hard to say.
And when we calculate what percentage non-residents make up of all of our deer hunters, does that include the hunt your own land?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
What percentage of our deer hunters are non-resident? 25%?
Just under 25.
Any other questions for Levi?
Levi, did I understand you to say that 79% of the licenses were taken or the permits were issued last year? Is that what you?
The rate was 73.9%. So that's the folks that successfully drew a tag that wanted one.
Okay, so do we, with the permits that are allowed, do we have any permits that remain that are untaken, or are they pretty well all applied for?
Yeah, we have not had any leftovers in several years now.
Okay.
2 years ago, our applications jumped immensely. We went from about 24,000 applications, a little over that, for 21 to 22,000 permits. So the draw rate was, like 95% for most folks.
And what do you
And-
attribute that to?
Changes, some of it may have been COVID with borders being closed. People couldn't travel otherwise outside the country to hunt. There was some renewed interest in hunting from a lot of folks. They had more time on their hands, could work remotely. There was also some changes in several western states with their draw systems that people may have just been looking for other places to go. But last year, our total applications were 29,960. So that we're still offering roughly, around the same number of permits we had been, with some changes per unit to deal with population or address other issues that are occurring. And so, that change in the draw rate was due to that increase in application rate.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for Levi? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have KAR 115-8-9. This is camping on public lands. Brian, you want to give us an update? It has been workshopped several times.
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of commission, Public Lands System Director Ryan Stuckey. Yeah, this camping regulation has been workshopped, I believe, 7 times. And we'll go over it briefly. Before we start, though, wanted to make mention that this does not affect state park. Any part of the regulation affects state parks and their fee structures or any of their special permissions with their camping. So this is just for state fishing lakes and our wildlife areas. And it's to reduce the consecutive amount of time you can camp in one area from 14 days to 7 days. There is an option for the manager to extend that stay for an additional 7 days, but not more than 14 days in total. Once that threshold's been met, then the camping or the camper and the property has to be removed from the area for 5 days. And so that's the only change to the camping regulation, is for the just to move from 14 days to 7 days on the state fishing lakes and wildlife areas.
Okay. Is there any comments, discussion from the commission? Do we have any comments or discussion from the public? Hearing none, I'd like a motion that we approve KAR 115-8-9.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Did you second it? All right, Emmerich seconded. Is there any more? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Sheila, you want to call the question?
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Sporer,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber,
Yes.
pass 7-0.
Okay, the next item up is 115-8-23. And we have a problem with this one. It's bait. And for reasons that we're not quite sure, the proposed language has had an omission that makes the regulation problematic. And what we would like to do on that is I'm going to propose that we vote no, all of us, and it come back with the appropriate revisions. Because I don't know what else we can do.
What's the problem?
Right, you can explain.
Would
I could
somebody
explain.
what the problem is?
Okay, so what we were proposing is to ban and prohibit baiting for all activities on the wildlife areas and department lands. When we sent that through the promulgation process, the part that would strike out while hunting or preparing to hunt was not taken out. So the way it is written currently and posted for hearing is really no changes at all to the current regulation. And so therefore our intent of what we wanted to do is not being placed on in this new regulation or the changes of this regulation. There really was hardly any changes to it. So we are requesting a vote of no, so we can bring this back with the proper edits and send back through the process again. If that makes.
So somebody, is there any comment from the public on this one? What we need to do is somebody needs to make a motion and second it, and then we all, if you're inclined, should all vote no.
Correct.
So could I have somebody make a motion that's probably not going to go anywhere?
I'll move.
Commissioner Sill, I'll second.
The minutes might
Commissioner-
reflect that-
Commissioner Spore has a question.
Yes, Go
So
ahead,
does this mean that this next deer season, it will still be legal to bait on public lands?
that's the $64 question.
Right, and that's going to be the timing of it to get through the process again. Talking with our legal counsel yesterday and this morning, and Terry talking with D of A and the AG's offices, since they've already seen this, that the process may be expedited a little bit.
Mr. Chair, if I may, to Stuart Schrog, Assistant Secretary, a vote no today leaves the regulation as is. So coming this fall hunting season, it will still be unlawful to bait while hunting or preparing to hunt on public lands. If we don't get this
Right.
intended language we want to change prior to that, it'll still be as is.
So when it comes back with that adjustment, will we have to workshop it?
From our understanding, Commissioner, that we can bring this back in April. And in the meantime, between today and then, we will resubmit through the process with the correct strikeouts that we initially intended. And Terry has talked to some of those folks involved with that approval process. And because of however it shook out, they thought it would be an expedited process to get that change back to the way we wanted it to.
In other words, we hope it'll be effective by next season.
Right. If not, though, the current prohibition on public lands for hunting or preparing to hunt still stands. We just want to change it to where placing bait for any reason, any time of the year is prohibited on public lands.
Did I get a second?
Yes, Commissioner Sill.
All right. Any more discussion? Sheila?
Commissioner Cross,
No.
Commissioner Escarino,
No.
Commissioner Gaffeller,
No.
Commissioner Lister,
No.
Commissioner Sill,
No.
Commissioner Spore,
No.
Commissioner Lauber.
No.
Pass or fail 7-0.
Sorry about your.
Thank you.
Warren. KR 115-825. Trail cameras and other devices on public land. This has been one we have got some feedback from. Good feedback for that matter, but at this time, is there anybody in the public that would like to address this issue? Please come up, state your name so we can get it in the minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Let's see, is it on?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners, Secretary, members of the staff. My name is Sean Miller. I am a citizen resident of Shawnee County and a public land hunter, mostly an upland bird hunter, but also a archery deer hunter here in Shawnee and Douglas counties primarily. I hunt mostly on the Clinton wildlife area. I mention that primarily because due to its sort of urban nature, it's one of the heavier trafficked wildlife areas in the state, I believe, along with Hillsdale, maybe a few others. I believe you may have received a letter from me a couple of weeks ago. I provided it to Dan Riley, not this Dan Riley, but the other Dan Riley. And I believe that he submitted that around for me. So I just would like to make a couple of comments if I could. First off, I have worked with Parks and Wildlife now for most of the 20 years that I've been here in state, volunteered in the Capitol worked on veterans hunts, helped with a number of different things. Some of them fun, spotlight surveys, some of them not as fun, spotlight surveys when it's 5 degrees. But have been very active and I think have never appeared before you today. I think that says a lot about your staff because I've always been able to go to them, talk to them a little bit about it, maybe get a tweak or them mostly to explain to me why what I think is wrong. This is the first time I haven't really kind of gotten that resolution and I wanted to talk about it. First, I want to say what I'm not opposed to. I'm not opposed to regulation of trail cameras on public ground or even private ground in the state. I think it makes a lot of sense. I've seen some of the conflict that I think we're trying to deal with this regulation. I believe in my discussion with the secretary, I sort of liken this to trying to kill a mosquito with a sledgehammer. And in response, maybe not in response, I received a statement after my letter from the staff that dealt with a number of issues that I think were also included within my letter. So to kind of run through those really quickly, I heard number one, that trail cameras are being inundated in WeHaw and public ground. I don't doubt that. There's a lot of trail cameras. I don't hunt on WeHaw very much for deer. I have no problem regulating on WeHaw if that's the case, because that's private land, folks doing their private business on their private land day to day and allowing us the opportunity to go on there and partake in some hunting there. I very much appreciate those folks. So whatever the landowners want, I am on board with that. But most of the camera inundation that I see on the wildlife areas is immediately leading up to the season and during the rut. And so I think that's really your pressure points, quite frankly, on the wildlife area. That does lead to some conflict, certainly. Wildlife areas in general are sort of a conflict magnet, not because they're not amazing, they really are, but because in Kansas, we have 97% private owned, 3% public, and all of us who aren't lucky enough to own a piece of ground are lucky enough to have at least 3%. That conflict is not just, I'd like to put my trail camera on that tree. That conflict is, boy, I'd really like to squirrel hunt, but it's November 4th and some deer hunter's going to get mad at me. Duck hunters mad about fishermen going through their spreads. It's mushroom hunters messing up turkey hunters' hunts. Everybody's got a right to be there as a public hunter. We got to be a little frustrated, let that roll off their back because that squirrel hunter has just as much right to be there as I do. So I don't think that limiting trail cameras is going to limit conflict on the wildlife areas, quite frankly. The second thing is actually something that I share a lot of concern about as well. And it's sort of the role that fair chase plays in the North American wildlife conservation model. It is very much important to us that we protect that fair chase. I don't own any cell cameras. My buddies do. In a garage or on a tailgate over a cold beverage, we've had many discussions about whether or not cell cameras should or shouldn't be used. I'm not weighing in on that today. But I want to say that what I will say here in a minute is I think if we ban this during the season, prohibit during the season, the way many other states do, a trail camera placed in June or July does very little to help you kill that deer in November or December. So we'll talk about that a little bit more, but very much I agree with the fair chase aspect. If that's really a concern, given that 97% of our land is private land, we ought to be considering that sort of prohibition on private land as well. But I'm not trying to get into private property rights today. The other thing, and I think what the really big reason of this is a lot of movement on and off of wildlife areas to check trail cameras is really disrupting the flow of wildlife. It's impeding other people's hunting. I've got a couple of things to say about that. Number one, during the season, I don't disagree with that. Somebody's coming in to check the trail camera midday. I'm in the tree because I'm an all-day hunter. It's frustrating, not a problem. Again, solved if we don't allow cameras during the season. But in terms of the pressure during the summer and what that might have on brood rearing or fawn retention, those sorts of things, I just sort of want to say for, I think, serious hunters out there, I'm able to put a camera on a place in a high traffic area, check it 1 or 2 times a month. That means that twice a month, maybe I'm going to go in, leave some scent. Usually what I'm going to do is try to pick a rainy day or a day when it's 110 degrees and animals aren't active and slip in and slip out. If I'm not able to put a trail camera up, what I'm going to do because of my proximity to the wildlife area and the time that I'm allowed to have is now 2, 3, maybe 4 days a week. I'm going to go to a food source at morning or at dark because glassing deer is the only way that I'm going to be able to find that deer, learn their patterns, learn their location now. So instead of 1 or 2 trips in or out of a wildlife area in the heat of the summer, I'm going to do 2, 3, maybe 4 times a week if work allows, right at the most active times a day where I have to get in there in order to put my eyes on them to know what it is. So I don't know that we're accomplishing the goal that we are I think the number one thing, and when I've talked to my buddies about it, they said, well, that's great for you, but I'm not going to do that because that's a lot of work and that's a lot of ticks and that's a lot of everything else. They're right. That is true. Not a lot of people are going to do that, but not a lot of people are going to go in and check their trail camera 2 or 3 times a week either, if that's hot. We don't run into a lot of trail cameras in July when we're out there. Starting September 1, we run into a lot of trail cameras. Final thing that I'll talk about here, because I've already taken up more time than I meant to, is the response that I got back said, we're not the only state considering this. Montana's doing this. Nevada's doing this. If you had a chance to read my letter, I did talk specifically about Nevada, Arizona. It's well known down there that the way you get cameras of really big mule deer in Arizona is you go find the one water source in a 1,000-acre area and you put a camera on that water source. And in some places we've heard tell, and I've run across some quail hunting down there, of 40 or 50 or 60 trail cameras on a single artificial water catchment. There is no doubt that explodes the deer movement in that area. They simply don't want to come to water anymore. We don't have that situation in Kansas. We have a lot of water. Almost all of our wildlife areas are around impoundments fed by rivers. So there's not that kind of bottleneck. Parks and Wildlife and the landlord tenants that do a really good job of farming their place, provide food in a really spread out area. So we don't see that kind of limitation. And then it was mentioned Montana does some of this, New Hampshire does some of this, Alaska do some of this. They do. And they do exactly what I'm asking you to consider, which is prohibit trail cameras during the active big game seasons. Because there's seasons all throughout the year that may be a little bit difficult to just say during big game seasons. I would suggest maybe that something from August 15th until March 31st, we prohibit trail cameras on department owned and department managed lands. That would give the deer a month to settle down. Their velvet's coming off. They're going to break up their patterns. They're going to move to different areas. And then it gives us a period of time afterwards in January, February, March, where it's really cold. They're really drawn down. That's the stressful period where we don't want to be bumping those deer. People won't be going in and checking their cameras during those times of the year either. So I do realize that people use trail cameras for more than deer. I have occasionally moved one to a woodchuck hole just to get some fun pictures. But I think if you'll ask the general public, probably 95% of trail cameras are used to get pictures of deer. There's not a lot of people patterning squirrels out there. So I just like to consider that a little bit. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those questions, but I really appreciate the opportunity to come and address you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other comments from the public? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Justin Witten, and I don't have much to add beyond what the previous commenter said. I greatly appreciate his remarks. And I just wanted to share that I have a similar sentiment. And in fact, I'm also hunting the public land or try to hunt the public land around the Clinton Lake wildlife area. There's a piece of walk-in hunting land that's just a little west of the sort of the northwest corner of the property there that I've had my eye on checking out. I agree with the sentiment that perhaps this sort of all or nothing approach is a little too strong. And I've looked at other jurisdictions and I've got some anecdotal feedback that places like there's a more measured approach, perhaps like Nevada, where there's a restriction on trail camera usage during the season, but it's not a complete sort of year-long ban. Also, I think the regulation could be tweaked in such a manner that it is not just absolutely no trail cameras. If the problem is perhaps that hunters are abusing it or non-hunters are abusing it and inundating an area with trail cameras, some reasonable number of limitations on the trail cameras. And I think that would be a pretty simple fix in the language, just something of what you have now, just no more than 3, no more than 5, some reasonable amount. I understand administratively that would probably be very difficult to enforce. How would you enforce such a regulation knowing, how do I know if this is someone's 4th trail camera or their 3rd trail camera? And I would like to fall back. I'm relatively new to bow hunting. I got into it later in life. I've been very fortunate to have gotten to know the bow hunting community where I'm from up in Minnesota and Wisconsin, and then a little bit here in Kansas. And I like to think that the community, perhaps the broader hunting community, does a very good job of self-regulating. And that if there is a reasonable rule in place of no more than 3 trail cameras or no more than 5 trail cameras, the hunting community would respect that. Again, I thank you all for your great work, for being here, and for hearing my comments.
Well, thank you. Any more comments? Both of those comments, a comment from me, the commissioner, both of those comments and scenarios makes some sense. The problem, if we're going to have a regulation, it needs to be one, if you're going to have a regulation, we need to be able to enforce it as effectively as possible. And having them available part of the year, and if our law enforcement sees a camera, I mean, how do they know whose it is? It would be a lot simpler from an enforcement standpoint to have all or nothing. The regulation, as it is presented, frankly, doesn't allow very easily for an amendment. I suppose the AG's office and certain state authorities are really cracking down on making amendments that haven't been fully posted and publicized. And I don't see a lot of middle ground. There is a lot of deleterious issues regarding trail cams, maybe not in the Clinton area, but in some places, cameras are used to spy on other hunters. And some people recoil from having a camera. They're private. They don't want to have somebody take their picture and then have it on Facebook and something that they would find embarrassing. I understand what you're saying, but we have a hunting season generally every month of the year. And so we then say, well, trail cameras are strictly for big game hunting. Well, then there are a few bird watchers and just people that like to get outdoor pictures. You're probably right that from a practical standpoint, a lot of people aren't going to be going out in some thick timber and setting up trail cameras on July 15th. It may help resolve it from a practical standpoint, but not everybody is going to follow the rules the right way. And the more you leave a gap, the more unintended usage comes in and creates problems. And then we have a lot of other people. I mean, this is not a regulation that has been brought up by us without feedback from the public. Everybody gets comments about trail cameras on public land. So I wish there was a way I could accommodate you, and I like the way you made your presentation.
Yeah.
But I don't see how we can from my perspective. Now, any other commissioners have anything to add?
I have a question. The first gentleman, I think you mentioned that from a fair chase perspective, you understood, the problem during the season, but that a trail camera in June doesn't necessarily give you an advantage. So why would you want that trail camera out there in the first place? Why have it there if it gives you no advantage?
Yeah, I think I said it doesn't help you kill it in November or December. And so there's some vagaries there. It does tell you that deer is alive, or at least it told you that he was alive in June or July. I think one of us, as we sit around and we dream about big antlers, it's how do you kill a big deer? Well, you better hunt in a place where there's a big deer. So identifying deer, whether it's with binoculars, whether it is, I grew up in West Texas, we drove the roads, we scouted, we tried to figure out where that thing was because we could see from a long ways away. This is scouting in places that are hard to see into without putting a lot of pressure on it and potentially driving game off the wildlife area, which I think is what at least one of the concerns that led to this regulation in the first place. Patterns in June, for those of you who hunt deer and know, are very different. Deer are very different critters in the summer, particularly when they're in velvet. They're on a feeding pattern. Come mid-September, early September, when the velvet comes off, the bucks split up out of their bachelor groups. They scatter to the four winds. I don't even know that deer lives in the same section of ground anymore. More than one occasion, I have been hunting a deer for a while, not been able to find him, moved more than 1.5 miles or 2 miles and stumbled upon that deer. So I don't want to say that it doesn't help you at all. It does. It tells you that deer exists, or at least existed in the summer. But summer patterns and patterns once you get into September, October, November, oftentimes are very, very different. I think what I fear, what we talk about in our tailgate conversations, as I say, is the proliferation of now TV shows that say, oh, the deer's on his way because it just triggered that camera and it sent it to my phone and now here it is. Theoretically, that's illegal under Kansas law already. You can't use electronic means in order to chase a deer. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. But I think there's a wide valley of difference between a picture of a deer in June or July and a picture of a deer on November 1st as I'm walking into the stand, pulling that camera card and then climbing up in the tree and then looking at it on my phone, which I and most other hunters have done, because while I'm in the area, let's pull the trail camera. So I think, I don't want to say that it offers you no advantage at all. It does. It tells you that deer is alive, but at the same time, it's very different than knowing that the deer was here yesterday or earlier this morning and is likely to make another loop. So that's really my point. If I may, if not, please.
Go ahead.
I think agree as well. I've talked to a number of the staff about difficulty to enforce regulations. That's why I think a date certain is the way to go if you go that direction. If I'm there on August 1st, it's legal. If I'm there on August 2nd, it's not legal. That lets me, it lets law enforcement, it lets the game wardens know what it is. I had also discussed requiring statements on the camera's name, the way we do tree stands. I think that's very difficult to enforce. I'd certainly be willing to do that. But again, as the other presenter said, how do you know whether that's somebody's third or somebody's fifth? I think we run into that problem a lot with our 2-stand limitation right now as well. So I'd be willing to consider something like that if you guys would, but I think it's very difficult, puts law enforcement in a very difficult position trying to figure out what's going on there. So thank you very much.
Cameras are somewhat like tree stands where people put them up to stake out territory.
Mhm.
And, you mentioned maybe they shouldn't be allowed on private land. That is a battle that I'm not prepared to fight. We're going to have a battle in the next 24 months of what to do with baiting on private land. And we're going to get a lot of hollering over that. The scientific evidence is drifting towards no baiting is better. And you've got 97% of the land owned by private landowners, and a great many of those have a very independent mindset. So I don't know if we can do anything about that. We can only try to take our 3% of the state and manage it in a way that seems to be the best for all. Now, as far as 115,825, I think our option today is either to pass it or vote it down. I just don't see how we can do a amendment that would cover this and get it into effect. I would be willing to recommend that if it passes, that we consider having our staff look into whether or not there's a time period that we can come back and amend that later to allow a couple months of trail cams. It's a little bit of an advantage in July, not much. And what you're asking for doesn't sound like a lot, but I think we need to pass or vote down this amendment now and then bring back some modification later. But we've workshopped these things so long, and I'd like to get this in effect. And we can get it now and have it in effect for the fall hunting season. And that's my position, that unfortunately for those well-intentioned arguments, I'm going to suggest that we go ahead and pass this. Now, is there other comments from the commission?
I have a couple of questions. Commissioner Escarino, the cameras, do they have numbers on them that identify the cameras that you can identify them by?
Thank you, commissioners. Typically do not, they have serial numbers. The serial number is a model number. So it's going to be the same for every model in that camera typically.
Okay.
And I say that as somebody who tries to keep track of their cameras because sometimes I forget where they are. And so I number them myself.
Sure.
But there is no sort of manufacturer standard where you're going to look at a VIN number like you would a car.
Okay.
If there were a future amendment to allow them, it could be sort of like traps to where you'd have your KDWP number on them.
Mhm.
Name and address just isn't a very good idea. But I'm not saying that we're even going to do that. But I'd like to have Stuart and his people at least consider it, and they may find that it just isn't workable. Stuart, do you have any comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may, just a couple of housekeeping type things. Based on your comments, are we at a point where it's either a yes or no vote, or can we amend? And I feel like you are correct. We'd have to go either yes or no today. If you're asking us to go back, take another look at this based on these two gentlemen's comments, and I do appreciate your guys' input. Amendments that we would have to look at for the future. Initial comments on that, if you're looking, you recommended a time frame from say August 1st to March 1st. Realistically, we would have to extend that to include the turkey season, which goes clear into the end of May first. So we'd only be looking at June and July as the only open months to allow these potentially. And then again, we would have to address these the same manner that we do our tree stands, where they are required to tag those with their name, address, KDWP number as well. So those are the things in an amendment that we would have to take a look at.
Okay. Laura?
I have one question. This is actually for Levi, I think. When we look at having cameras out in the spring and summer and the traffic there, I get a little concerned about the impact on the fawning and the does and the traffic that way. Levi, can you explain how human traffic during those months is going to affect fawning success, those type of issues?
I'm not aware of any research that's really been done on this. It has the potential, any activity in that area could. Folks would definitely have to make an effort not to, spend any time if they do happen to see a fawn, because that could lead a predator right to it. But again, I'm not aware of any real research right now that I know of that's been done on this specifically.
Thank you.
I mean, every time you step into the woods, you have some effect on
A lot.
nature's
Yeah.
balance, but we have to allow some of that. And frankly, we allow quite a bit. So, yes. Yes, please.
I'm Kurt Ratzliff, and I'm the chair of the Kansas chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. And we're made up primarily of public land hunters. And when this discussion first started, we had a couple of discussions with our board about that. And I would call them very lively debates. Even within our group, we have very diverse points of view. We had guys that use those all the time. And we have guys like me that never use it. So we've got both ends of the spectrum. We had very, very lively debates. And the thing that I think we came down to was that there was an enforcement issue. We didn't feel comfortable that there was a way to break periods of time out and do things like that and still have valid enforcement. But that was not a unanimous opinion. You guys are in a tough spot. I understand that. But I just want to let you know that was we did go through the process of thinking about this. We're a public lands group. We hunt on public lands all the time. We see the cameras that are out there, all that stuff. And that, I think, if I want to generalize, is what our opinion came down to. It was mainly an enforcement issue. What could be enforced and what could not. And that was kind of where we came from.
Appreciate that. Any other commissioners? Troy, you have anything to add?
I don't see how you could split it up.
Say what?
I don't see how you could split it up.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
And I don't want to delay this any longer. I understand
Oh,
that
it's
you're
all
at the
right.
up and down. But I was already under the impression, I don't know if I had maybe misread a Kansas reg or had been confusing my conversations with the Army Corps engineers folks about what they require. And then I thought a trail camera already required you to have your name, address, phone number, and then maybe your KDWP, your hunter's number on it as well. But I think, you know, the enforcement issue is a real one. I think there's some effort to be said for voluntary compliance that although it wouldn't be perfect, you could still have people put their phone numbers on it and their hunting license number. And then for reference into what I've been told by Kyle Bruckert, who was with the Army Corps engineers in the southern portion of Clinton Lake, what they allow is 2 weeks before deer season and 2 weeks after deer season is when trail cameras can be used. But their restriction, they've kind of found a middle ground of no cellular cameras, of these cameras that are then transmitted directly to someone's phone. And I think that gets to some of the fair chase issues of should you really be able to be hunting in the woods from your phone, just getting texted images, whereas going out into the woods and retrieving a strategically placed trail camera of some reasonable number of trail cameras, maybe 3 to 5. So, thank you.
Mr.
Commissioner Spore,
Yeah,
how would you tell the difference between a card camera and a cellular camera?
I have no idea.
That's my point is how would law enforcement be able to direct that when they really don't know?
Yeah, the current models, they have a transmitting antenna on them. Again, quite frankly, I wasn't recommending cell cams, no, regular cameras, yes, because again, I think because of enforcement, a date certain is the way to go of all cameras. But you can tell by looking at them externally that they're, at least the current models that are out there now, who knows what will be developed in the next couple of years. I do think if you get into those kinds of divisions, you make life just miserable for the folks behind me wearing a badge. That's why I think you pick a day, you say before the day, no cameras, after the day allowed, and then you pick a closing day. That's pretty easy to understand for the general public. There's not a lot of 2 weeks before, 2 weeks after, unless it gets cold and you get a snowstorm, then you get 3 extra days. Just date certains is about as simple as it gets. That's why we use them in statute and we use them in reg all the time. So thank you very much.
And all of that boils down to my original premise is today, we can't amend this. There's just too many things we'd have to add to try to satisfy all the issues. So that's why I think we have to vote one way or the other. Either
Mr.
yes or
Chairman,
no.
Commissioner Gepeller, I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Spore, second.
Now, we still have more discussion. Is there any more discussion from any commissioner? We do have a soft commitment to look into some modifications down the road with no guarantees.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, we will do that. I just wanted to address Mr. Wooden's question about core versus our regulations, and the core properties that we do not manage under a lease agreement, they have their own set of code of federal regulations, and we do not have a specific trail cam regulation. That's why we're here today. So just wanted to clarify.
Sheila?
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino,
Yes.
Commissioner Gefeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Spore,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawler,
Yes,
pass 7-0.
thank you.
Did I?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a request if, as we consider this kind of leads to the broader discussion about technology and how rapidly it's changing. And it seems like every change in technology or and things we consider is always advantage hunter. always advantage hunters. So everything that's that we're seeing, and it's coming faster and faster, it is advantage hunters. So I'd like to have an opportunity to have maybe a morning discussion like we've had with some of these other kind of topics where we got to look ahead a little bit and get a kind of a big picture view of, have a discussion around technology and hunting methods and anything like that in the context of fair chase.
And we'll put that on our list. Thank you.
Okay. Well, now it's the time for general public comment on non-agenda items. Does anybody have anything they want to discuss that won't be on the agenda and have an opportunity to discuss it later? Yes, sir.
What I discussed is on the agenda. I need to be out of here by 3.
Go ahead. Come up. I think I know who you are and what you want. And I'm not offended by it.
My name is Ken Hickman. I'm with the Federation of Houndsmen. The times are changing and management of our resources are changing, as well as agriculture management. And I'm here today not necessarily representing the houndsmen, but to ask for increased management for our fur bearers, especially the nest raiders, the raccoons, the possums, and skunks. As the population of these continues to climb, also does the depredation. The Dakotas, Minnesota, Nebraska, Missouri, Oklahoma, Arkansas, all have increased the take, if not opened it up year round. Our extension at the end of February was great, and we much appreciate that. But unfortunately, it isn't enough for the population. I just sold 15 finished coon hides this weekend for $2 a piece. And the Kansas Fur Harvesters Auction, which was held on Saturday, they averaged $2.53 a piece. In my relations through the year with people from all walks of life through my animal damage control permit, the complaints of mostly on raccoons, skunks too, is probably number 2 as far as damage. You know, they're defecating in their boats, in their houses, garages, on cars, raiding coolers at the campgrounds, chewing through the roofs and soffits, killing chickens and cats, and basically terrorizing people in their homes at times. Not to mention the many farmers that are complaining continually about crop damage and other damage, and mainly with the raccoons. I ask you today, let's get with the program to increase the management of these fur bearers and the use of the tools you have to help manage them. The houndsmen, the trappers, the ADC permit holders, and others. If the fur market comes back at some point, I can't believe that we can't turn this around. If we increase the take, just as with the deer seasons and the turkey seasons, we can go back and forth on this thing. But you know, for now, the coons are worth so little, and there's so much fewer people taking them now, and the warehouses are plumb full of them. And I think this has created an imbalance that's kind of boggling to understand, that, you know, even if the market did come back a little bit, the warehouses are still flooded with them. And I think that you would actually see it if we take more of them, and even if things come back a little bit, it would benefit the population, the health of the population. So that's kind of what I got to say here today, and I appreciate you for listening.
The pendulum is slowly swinging in your direction.
I know it is.
So that's all I'll add right now, but I appreciate it. And you and I talked before, and
Yes, sir.
you have an excellent point. there are other issues on the other side, but
I understand.
you have a good point.
I understand that.
Anybody have any questions for Ken? Well, thank you.
Thank you.
We
sir.
will be discussing that a little more today, but you may not be able to be here.
Might not,
If you are, fine, you can,
we have another person here that may want to speak as well at that time.
all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any other general discussion on non-agenda items?
Mr. Chairman, I had a
Yes.
phone call on my drive up. Do you have anybody up there that's got a hand up? He was gonna try and zoom in.
What was it? Was
His first name is Felix. He wasn't sure, and if not, I'll express the question.
Doesn't look like it at this.
Okay, this gentleman called and had a question. There was a bill in the legislature last year about the ornate box turtle. And this gentleman has a passion and concern for those and wondered what the status was of any changes regarding regulation of those in the captivity. And so with him not being able to access the Zoom, I said I would ask that, and there it is.
Yep, Mr. Chair, Brad Lovis, Secretary. We have that emerged a year ago during the legislature. We had a good hearing on that, discussion about it. That moved to our non-game wildlife committee, which is a comprised of both agency staff as well as a lot of folks from around the state. And they advanced a recommendation to reduce the numbers that were allowed. And so that's what we're moving forward with. And we'd be glad if you have the contact information for that gentleman, we'd be glad to reach out to him specifically and give him the latest on that.
Okay, is that a recommendation that comes to us for
It will.
regulation?
It
And
will,
is there,
yeah.
do you have a time frame?
Yeah, in fact, I don't know if anybody here is we have started that process, but I can't give you an endpoint of that, but we're glad to update the commission as well as that gentleman on that timeframe.
I'll share your contact info so that somebody can give him a better update.
Good.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Brad, your turn.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agency fiscal status, starting with the park fee fund. The revenue in the park fee fund is derived from entrance and camping fees for our state parks, as well as annual vehicle passes. Total year-to-date revenue for the park fee fund for fiscal year 2023 is 5.74 million as of the end of January. The balance for the park fee fund on March 8th was 5.8 million. Next is cabin net revenue. That's parks and public lands combined from the rental of cabins located there. The cabin net revenue through January was approximately $570,000. Wildlife fee fund is derived from the sale of hunting and fishing licenses, big game permits, tags, et cetera, for hunters and anglers. Wildlife fee fund revenue for the fiscal year through January was 8.8 million. Cash balance for the wildlife fee fund as of March 8th was 18.7 million. Boat fee fund is revenue derived from boat registrations. We use this money to provide boating safety, education, access, infrastructure to protect and support the boating public. Fiscal year 2023 receipts through January are $522,000. The current balance in the boating fee fund is $2.28 million. The last thing I'll mention is kind of the status of our conversations with the legislature on our budget. Our proposed fiscal year 2024 budget has had initial consideration in both the Senate and the House. And through both of those sets of hearings, there was very minimal change, which we appreciate. The changes that have occurred so far or the recommendations, nothing's permanent so far, are related to enhancement requests, that is new items that included the approval of 2 positions for the Parks Division that were connected to the Flint Hills Trail as we continue to expand that to the west. And those in the House were removed. However, the funding was retained that we were requesting. And then the other thing that we where they changed slightly was we had money in the budget for the transition of our law enforcement officers to the Kansas Police and Firefighters Retirement System. That is a bill. Let me segue real quick. Since we're on that subject, we're lucky to have Representative Doug Blex here. Doug, stand up for a second so people make sure they know who you are. Doug is a career member of our agency. He retired and is serving well in the legislature in the House. And Doug has been very diligent the last few years in submitting a bill to move our law enforcement officers over to Kansas Police and Firefighters Retirement. That is a huge benefit for us in terms of recruiting and retaining officers in the future. That's a real challenge for us because a lot of our neighboring states have that retirement and we do not. And so we've been working on this for years. Doug has been very diligent. And again, this year we've advanced it farther than ever before this year. We're at an exciting place right now. But Doug not only introduced the legislation, but has testified very convincingly, persuasively in both the House and now the Senate. So we really appreciate his work, and I would like to publicly thank him for his efforts. Thank you, Doug. So the status of that particular item is and this is not an uncommon move, they said, as opposed to approving that in our budget, they would delay and add that at the end of the session where they have to do a lot of cleanup based on the bills that actually passed. So if that bill didn't pass, there'd be no need for it in our budget. So they simply moved it to a later part of the process legislatively so that once it passes, and we're convinced it will, then they'll add that in as a final step to make sure the funding is there to match the legislation that's passed. So that's our update on that and our budget. With that, I'd stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Any questions for Brad?
Is there a way for the public to view what happens with budget discussions? Because you can pick up bills and you can look at them on the legislative site and see hearings and what happens and get minutes. That budget stuff is really, really hard to find.
Right.
Where can the public find out about that so constituents can be up to date on some of those things that are going on?
Yeah, that's a good question. We, as you're aware, we've done a lot in the last few years to provide much more information on our website about legislation that's proposed that would have an impact, positive or negative, whatever, just an impact on the agency. So our public information group has done a really good job of putting that information in, but we typically do not get into the weeds of the budget process. So we'll have to think about that. That's a very fair question. And we'll have to discuss just how we can effectively do that, because if you all have sat through those budget hearings, they're really complex. There's a lot of details. We're happy that they have suggested very few changes to our budget so far. But we just have to figure out how we can best express that to the public in a way that is helpful to them. So I'll follow up with you if it's all right after today, see what you're thinking and see how we can maybe do a better job of that on our website. So thank you for that.
Okay. Well, thank you, Brad. Terry, you want to discuss the legislative update?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May it please the commission. Sheila was so kind as to pass out to you the 2023 legislative update, March 6th edition. We're very fortunate this year that we don't have a large number of bills that we have to keep an eye on. So that's nice. In years past, there were more items to sort through. If you want to look through that, it's all up to date. I think it's probably best if I just kind of give you some stuff that's not in there, just so that you know, and you can ask also for any specific updates that are on your mind. But the 29th of March is going to be the final deadline for all non-exempt bills. So that bill is coming. We're hoping to keep an eye to make sure that things we want make that deadline, and things we're opposed to don't. On April 6th will be the first adjournment of the legislature, and then they'll come back on April 26th for what's called veto or wrap-up session. And what the secretary just explained, we have some of our legislation will be considered, think of it as being on two tracks. One track is substantive law, the other one is the budget. And if a substantive law changes occurs during the regular session, the legislature will come back and wrap up and pass a separate budget called the omnibus budget, which will go back and fund those substantive law changes that were adopted before the April 6th break. So there's a lot of moving parts there. And it is very difficult to track budgetary items because those committees have a report that is usually prepared maybe the morning of the hearing that a committee would vote on it and ask that it be recorded into the omnibus budget or the mega budget. Now, things that have changed in this legislative update, just to give you a more up-to-date version because things are happening very quick. It appears that, as the secretary said, yesterday there was a hearing on House Bill 2198, the KP&F bill. And it appears that the chairman released on his agenda for next week, there could be final action on March 15th. There's going to be an informational meeting on the 13th next week on House Bill 2331. That is a bill designating Lehigh into the state park system. It's just an informational hearing. They give us an opportunity to answer any questions that the committee members have. It's not as formal a process as a regular standing committee, but it's a good step to go forward. And lastly, Senate Bill 116. It is the NRA's what's called the Eagle bill. They have a program for typically they hit 9-year-olds and younger with firearm safety courses. It doesn't conflict with what we do. We just have to keep an eye on it to get some word changes to it so that we're still free to offer our hunter education and similar courses to a more mature audience. Typically, we are focusing on 11 to, these are all generalities, 11-year-olds and older. Anyway, there's a possible final action on that bill on March 16th. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for questions.
Are there any questions for Terry? Yes.
Hi, I'm Jackie Augustine with Audubon of Kansas, and also representing myself as a constituent of Topeka and a 20-year prairie chicken researcher. I was pretty disappointed that the resolution condemning the listing of the lesser prairie chicken under the Endangered Species Act was passed as a resolution against it in both the House and the Senate. And I would encourage the commission, I know we're already doing a lot to preserve the species in Western Kansas, but I think that kind of legislation is not helpful. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, discussion? You know, this time of year, there's just kind of an ominous cloud over our head because we make a lot of decisions. It takes us months. We have a lot of feedback. We have a lot of discussion. We have a lot of people who are subject matter experts in the field bringing us recommendations. And then out of the blue, sometimes somebody heard an anecdotal remark, there ought to be a law. And then we've got to try to put it out the fire to stop further damage. And I don't see it stop happening. But like I say, from my perspective over the years, the legislative session is just always a black cloud over your head. But I'm glad when it's over.
Mr. Chair, if I might, we all share those kind of frustrations. The thing that helps to balance out are folks like Representative Blex, who really advocate for us over there, give us a heads up when things are coming down the pike that they don't think are constructive for conservation in Kansas, and who really advocate for good decisions there and are experts within the legislature. So we need more folks like Doug and Will Carpenter, an ex-commissioner in your body, who's also a representative over there. They serve us very well, and we're thankful for them.
Well, we're extremely grateful for them. I would add one more thing. I've been on the commission more than anybody else here. In my first meeting, I decided to vote for a change in upland game season. Biggest mistake the commission ever made. As long as I'm here, we're never going to change an opening day to a primary hunting season. It was a mess. Have we changed it back? After being yelled at for 2 years. Okay. General discussion, and this is a topic that everybody who's contacted me will be interested in. Jason Dixon is going to talk about printable tags.
Yep, we need share screen and everything going. Okay, so. You want me, is it okay if I do it from here? Or would?
That's fine.
Okay. So, commissioners, chairman, audience, last commission meeting, there's some discussion came up about our change to plain paper printable tags and the move from durable paper, the Tavix, Datamax printers, and going to that at all agents and everything. And so, part of it, what we determined from the commission was we would come back with what other states are doing, ideas and different aspects of what we're looking at internally and doing. And so that's kind of what this is. It's kind of one of those things where I'm going to kind of give you kind of a little history of what's the how this all came about per se, and then we'll kind of go from there. So like, you know, back in 2005 is when we went totally automated with the licensing system. We added all the Datamax printers to every agent in the state. So you got the green paper tags. I think they were Datamax 807s or 805s at the time. Back in 2018 is when we changed the regs up so we could start using e-tagging and start doing e-tagging. And then last year, in 2021 is when we signed our new contract with our current licensing system contractor. And we went and made the change and made the internal decision to move to the to eliminate the durable stock printers at all the locations and to do them to 8.5 by 11 plain paper at the different locations. And that started in May 2022. Some reasoning and just for everybody, I've got Shannon Appick, who's our licensing section chief online, to make sure she did a lot of this stuff, putting it together with other state licensing section chiefs and everything. And so, yeah, I just wanted to name drop her because she's going to keep me in line, make sure I say everything right. But in checking out with other states, a lot of other states are really kind of moving to plain paper or trying to move from plain paper. These are kind of the states that do almost everything plain paper. You know, Florida, they still use durable stocks at their tax collectors, which would be what I would call our county clerks per se. Rhode Island, they do plain stock for everything but their commercial marine licenses. And then Tennessee still has some vendors that do durable stock printing and different things. But most of all, everybody else in this list went straight to plain paper or e-tagging. Like, you know, Missouri has a app for e-tagging. Oklahoma has an app for e-tagging. Oklahoma has actually been plain paper since 2012. They did start a new testing phase this year, what they call a field tag option for when you purchase that. What it is when you purchase either your e-tag or your paper tag, is you can actually purchase a hard card that has tear-offs on it. And so you can tear one of those tear-offs. It's then fulfilled and mailed to you. You tear off one of those and you put like your confirmation number from your e-tag on it, and then you attach that to the deer. It's different things we looked at also. Nebraska and Missouri were both paper tags, and then so it's kind of goes here and there from that aspect of it. Alaska, they were plain paper everywhere, and then of course they popped in and said, well, we do books as well at some of our very distant locations where they do the old book licenses. So these are the states that still do durable stock or are moving to the transition. So you got New York and Minnesota and Utah that are kind of transitioning to plain paper from their durable stock. They're doing it kind of in a process form. Colorado, which currently has the licensing system that we used to have. So they use the same Datamax printer and everything that we used to have. So they do durable stock as well. And so Texas and pretty much everybody else here. Minnesota started transitioning, because one of the things we saw in 2021 when we signed the contract and started moving to the go live date of 2022 was the supply chain issues. So this is why Minnesota is transitioning to plain stock, was the fact that they are having issues trying to find the Tyvek paper, the old licensing. Even the printers now are hard to find. I even looked at one of our state contractors for the old printer, and it was a 4 to 6 weeks out on a back order type aspect of it. And the last time I bought something from the contractor that was 4 to 6 weeks out, it was like 6 months out. So that's kind of one of the other reasons during that time period where we were like, okay, we have a date. We're trying to push to go to more e-tagging anyways. So let's then at our agents and different things, the HP printers are cheaper. And we can go to plain paper that way. It allows the major box stores to use their own printers and their own computers at those locations. So we didn't have to provide printers to say the Walmarts, the academies, and different things like that. They could use their own printers and different things, and which helped us from a security aspect because they got some pretty high security stuff as well. So from that aspect, a couple of the things we've been looking at to take advantage is regulation 11542, which is the regulation for possession and how you tag that animal. And a couple of things we're looking at there is we're going to try to standardize the aspect of the e-tag process of it and the aspect of the paper tag process of it. A couple of things we're looking at on the paper side of it is that you don't necessarily have to tag that deer with the paper tag. You still have to fill it out. And then we're going to put a unique ID on that paper tag so that you can then attach that to the deer in any way means possible. And in that aspect, just kind of like we've been telling people on the e-tag to attach the confirmation number to the deer so that they can then take it to the processor and have that aspect on it. And that's kind of the things we're looking at on that one. One of the other aspects we've looked at and we've kind of internally discussed is for all online deer tag purchases is transitioning those to just e-tags so that you can't print a tag off at home. That way, from a law enforcement angle, is they can't print off one and do a bunch of copies, or they can't save the PDF and do a bunch of copies. It's an e-tag, they've logged in, they're able to log into the system. And so we create an e-tag so that then they can then log into the system and fill out the harvest report. And so that's one of the other aspects of it. And we've kind of had discussion of broadening that out even a little bit more on that part of it. And then we've looked at different 8.5 by 11 durable paper. The paper we send non-resident deer that are through the application process is kind of a security paper. Right now, it's not necessarily a waterproof paper, but it is a security paper that's a little heavier. It's got some security in it to where if they try to copy it, it literally prints a void all over it. And so that is another law enforcement way of handling people just copying their licenses and trying to duplicate that type of aspect. And then from that aspect, we have looked, a lot of time, what we talked about last time was tagging the deer with something that has wildlife and parks on it, some type of aspect, some external type of thing that is waterproof and different aspects of that. We talked about that. We're still kind of looking through the logistics of how something like that might happen, of a kind of like a zip tie type tag where we, do we give them out to agents to provide them out, and they can write their confirmation number and then zip tie that to the tag so it's known that's a wildlife and park thing? Or do we use kind of like a card sleeve, a waterproof card sleeve, so they can then like slide, after they fill that paper out, slide that into the sleeve and then attach that to the deer so it's waterproof from that standpoint on. I was going to say a joke about it not raining, but it's raining here, so we're in a crowd to be a whole different subject. But otherwise, comments or questions, I'm open.
I'm assuming that it's going to be a long time before 50% of the hunting public uses e-tags.
It will be right now from a online standpoint. From people purchasing online, last year we had about 38,000 that did e-tag and 23,000 that did paper tag online. So it is turning that direction from an online standpoint. If they go to an agent, one of our offices, bait shop, that type of thing, it's still pretty big that everybody chooses paper tag.
23,000 out of a total of how much?
About 31,000 tags of last year, if you count both e-tags and paper tags.
Part of the problem was the fact that the old green tags were user friendly.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't deteriorate in wet conditions. I tried to tag a doe this year and it got wet in the dew. And then I tried to write my name on it, went through the paper, and it was not an artful ending, but I managed to get the tag signed and attached to the deer. But it's not been very popular. I get it. And the same problem, if you try to use cardstock, you're going to have the same problem with Walmart, because Bubba, who's working sporting goods at that time, he isn't going to know the difference. He's just going to want to get it printed so he can go back to working something else. So keep thinking, because it's not a particular popular thing. Probably other states are having the same complaints.
And from what we found and there's other states have done e-tagging longer than we have, per se, so they have more of a move to that. Tennessee, for instance, they have it to where it's a harvest report. It isn't really e-tagging. It's you can get a paper license, which is kind of like an Excel spreadsheet type thing that you get out, and you answer your questions on that, and then you tag that deer with whatever you have. But in the span, you still have to go online and harvest report it, and so that they have that confirmation number and different things like that. Tennessee was one of those that, as long as you fill out the tag, whatever you put on that deer, with that confirmation number of that tag or that unique ID of that tag is what was handled from that deer. And so that you didn't have to necessarily put that whole paper attached to the deer. And so there was different aspects of that. And that's kind of where Oklahoma was going with their tear off type hard card, was that it was just giving them their deer harvesters another aspect of, this is an Oklahoma tag. It's voluntary. I don't remember. I don't think they told us how much they do charge for it, and it is a fulfillment thing. And so it becomes one of the things with theirs is that we were told about was it was a 3 tag tear off. And so if you'd only had 1 tag and you still ordered it, you would have 3 tags, which was kind of a no-go when we start talking about law enforcement and different things, of giving them the opportunity to take more than what they actually purchased to begin with as well. So that's kind of where the yellow orange tag I put up there, that's kind of where we were kind of looking at saying, how do we do this logistically where we can get something like that out to the public? Because from what we had talked about and what a lot of people have mentioned, it's really the people that had the questions and different things were the ones that were trying to do it lawfully. You know, they want to make sure that deer in the back of their vehicle is, you know, make sure it was tagged and with an agency type tag so that they don't run into any issues, and same with processors and different things like that.
Any other questions for, yes,
I think it's more comments than questions. One, the good news is that some of us that hate technology will eventually be dead and it'll be a non-issue. Until then, we need to find something that makes lawful people feel good about being lawful, because it's crappy to be out there knowing you're an unwilling violator.
Mhm.
And that's where some of us were this year. The other thought is that we don't always have to do what other states do. You know, part of the reason we have the quality deer herd that we do is that when the regs were written in 64, is that they chose not to do what some other states were doing.
Mhm.
And so there is an argument for not doing
Correct.
what other folks are doing. And so I would encourage us not to just follow trends because it's what's being done. I think we can do better sometimes.
Correct. Yep.
So Jason, the tagging, the e-tagging, that's tagging a deer with your phone or with whatever. Is that how that works? Explain that
Yes,
to
an
me.
e-tag, what you do with an e-tag is you have our app on your phone, and actually you can do it through the web,
Okay.
everything that you purchase that. After you harvest it, you open up the app, you fill out the questions, what county you shot it in, the date you shot it, or harvested it, if it's a buck or a doe, and then you upload a picture.
Okay.
And then from there, you get a confirmation number, and that confirmation number is what we tell people to attach to their deer when they take it to the processor, or if they just throw it in the back of their truck to take it home. We tell them to try to attach that confirmation number. Get pulled over, an officer can put that in his law enforcement app and see that, yes, that picture that you took of that deer was the exact deer that you took there.
Okay.
And so we did have, being the first year in the new system, we did have some issues with the uploading of the pictures
Mhm.
for a few different times on the app and different things. And we've gotten those worked out. So in the future, it should be more handy. We also do like a harvest report that allows a person, even with a paper tag, to fill out the harvest report so they can then butcher the deer in the field and take it across state lines. And what we require there, we require 2 pictures. They have to take a picture of the animal and then take a picture of the animal with the tag attached to it. And upload those 2 images and that type, and so that they can take it across state lines. And if somebody else from another state, they can just have it there on their app
Okay.
per se.
So is there any communication, education wise, as far as YouTube or something showing somebody how to use that e-tag process?
Yes, we did. It didn't happen necessarily before the season this past year, but we do have a video out on the website of how to walk through the app and how to do an e-tag.
Okay.
And we'll definitely work with our public affairs staff to get that more marketable out there for the next year coming up as well, to get more communication out there.
Okay. Because I've had numerous complaints with folks about that paper tag ain't worth a darn, just like
Mhm.
Gerald said, you cannot write on it, you can't tag it. It's ridiculous.
Understand?
So that's just the comments that I've heard. So
Oh, no, I've heard plenty.
I'm sure you have. So I encourage you to look for something different and keep looking out there and do what you can.
Yep. And that's one of the things. It's a lot about logistics. How do we handle it? You know, there's been different types of discussion around the age, how do we handle it? We don't want to necessarily, we're kind of in the middle ground. We don't want to necessarily hinder somebody from going to us anywhere and just purchasing something and going out that day. But there's some feasibility things that even like Chairman Lauber said, of providing different paper in different places at different things, making sure that's what they're using to do those type of tags and different things. So yeah, there's still a lot of stuff we're working out, kind of the bugs and different things internally of how we want to handle it.
Thank you for your efforts thus far. Keep looking.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jason?
Yeah, Commissioner Spore, I personally witnessed 2 harvests by friends and family, one an antelope and one a deer. And primarily was there to watch the E-tag process. Both instances, it went fine. There was no problems. It was very easy and just wasn't any problem. And I was concerned about it with the complaints I'd heard. So I wanted to get involved. I'm not an upland, or I'm not a big game guy. So I just wanted to go and see it. And on the department's defense, in both instances, I thought it worked just fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you, Jason.
Mhm.
Habitat First update. Wes.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the commission. I appreciate the opportunity. My name's Wes Sowers. I'm the Wildlife Division Assistant Director of our private lands programs. I appreciate the opportunity here to speak with you about what we're doing for wildlife habitat conservation on private lands. Like Jason, get it pulled up here. Does it have an HF? Habitat First. Did you get it up there? Go ahead and take a look.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't pull the complete one.
Sorry about that. My apologies. I think we should be able to get it going here. One of the main things I wanted to do is provide a history of where we've been with habitat on private lands in the state and really build up to where we're at now. So in doing a little bit of research on the history of what we've done as far as an agency with the private lands habitat program, it brought me back to a program a lot of you may be familiar with. And it was called the SASNAC program. So Kansas spelled backwards. And really this started in 1973. So we're at the 50th anniversary of doing private lands habitat management in the state. So I'm pretty proud of that and proud to be a part of it. Yeah, so having trouble seeing that from here, but in 1972 was when really there was a meeting in Hutchinson of a bunch of sportsmen that really took a offense really on how the department was spending the license dollars. So a lot of this discussion then kind of led into utilizing license dollars and our wildlife fee funds to then work on private lands in a state that's 98% privately owned. That's extremely important to sustain viable populations. So in 1973 is when the department developed the SASNAC program, which then really put a lot of key things in place in motion on private lands, but also with our fisheries division, law enforcement, a lot of big changes there. But the main thing that I wanted to highlight, and do you mind if I move up to this mic so I could read that?
Sure.
In my glasses?
So This is a quote directly from our Fish and Game magazine from 1973 from the current director at the time. Believe it was Richard Wedderston. And this is the comment that he made regarding private lands habitat. So to utilize the private landowner's basic interest in wildlife and to maintain good supplies of game species for 95% of the hunters. So at this time, a survey was done and 95% of our hunters hunted on private lands almost primarily. That's changed a little bit. They utilize private and public almost interchangeably, but private still makes up a big percentage to this day. So SASNAC calls for the implementation of a private land development program. Working with state and federal farm programs and directly with landowners, we can be assured that those bulldozed hedgerows will be replaced elsewhere. Furthermore, they will be replaced in a manner compatible with farming and ranching operations. So, so basically, this was the start of our understanding of what we needed to do on private lands to sustain wildlife populations. And 50 years later, we're still there with a pretty successful program. So go on, Jason. The early stages of this program, the question was asked back in the 70s, exactly what does this mean and how will this be rolled out? So one of the quotes I picked up from there is a fisheries biologist will be assigned to each of the 20 reservoirs in the state. And that pertains to increasing fish harvests by 50% on our federal reservoirs. And then game biologists will be employed on a district basis to work primarily with farmers and ranchers. So we still have that basic structure. They're called district wildlife biologists, and we have area wildlife biologists as well. So, and they do that exact work while also working with our public access programs like WEHA and iWEHA. So a lot of the early work focused on shelter belt, windbreak establishment, and a lot of planting and food plots. And this progressed over time from a state funded perspective into what we call Kansas WIP, Wildlife Habitat Incentives Program. Shortly thereafter, we developed a contributory agreement with the Kansas Natural Resources Conservation Service, which then also created area biologists that were stationed in the 5 NRCS areas to assist them directly with implementing wildlife habitat and building specifications and things like that. So we still have that contributory agreement to this day, although it's changed a little bit, and I'll get into some of the reasons for that. Another big one, kind of turning point when it comes to private lands habitat, and that was the Conservation Reserve Program, or CRP, in 1985. So we started to become heavily involved with that as the need for management was recognized. A lot of these, when CRP first went into place, was really idle ground, and really there was no plan for management at that point in time. So that need for management came just a few years later when they recognized that some real improvements could be made to those CRP stands for wildlife. So we got into a lot of CRP maintenance and still do a lot of that to this day, amending CRP contracts, adding in beneficial practices that weren't identified up front. So and then came a big one for us, and that was the 1996 Farm Bill, which created the USDA, the WIP federal program, which we took basically from them with our state program back then as Kansas WIP. So USDA WIP brought a lot of financial assistance to all the states to work directly on wildlife habitat in the Farm Bill. So that was really beneficial. Our districts and area biologists worked almost independently within RCS. They were in their offices working on their computers, had access to hardware, software, all that. And it worked out really well. We were able to annually spend all of the money given to Kansas and then reach out for more at the national level year in, year out. So that was real beneficial to us. Jason, I'm ready for the next one. So basic tenets of the WIP program was to promote the restoration of declining or important native wildlife habitats, protect, restore, develop, enhance wildlife habitat of at-risk species, candidate species, and state and federally listed and endangered species, reduce the impacts of invasive species on wildlife habitat, and protect, restore, develop, or enhance declining or important aquatic wildlife species habitat. So really all encompassing, dealing with the wildlife habitat resource concerns that are out there. So. Go ahead. So a little bit of saga with USDA WIP. While it was very successful, it did come to an end. But in the 2002 Farm Bill, they increased authorized funding to 345 million nationwide. And by 2008, it increased further to 425 million. And at that point in time, there were more than 640,000 acres enrolled over about 3,500 contracts. And then they reauthorized the WIP program through the end of September 2012, and it ended abruptly right then. I don't think that was any of we didn't really see the writing on the wall there, but that's exactly what happened. And the 2014 Farm Bill changed things up a little bit and transitioned that wildlife program WIP to the EQIP program, which is the Environmental Quality Incentives Program. It's their biggest program. Even bigger than CRP, billions of dollars at the national level, directly implemented for farming and ranching operations. So our contributory agreement within RCS changed at that point in time. So really from a WIP focused agreement where we were utilizing, their offices running these contracts through on our own time, went from more of a general TSP agreement or a technical service provider for NRCS. So we really helped them on a full gamut of all their Farm Bill programs, building specifications, writing conservation plans, those sort of things. And the big caveat to EQIP was that it did designate legislatively mandated a 5% of those funds must be used on beneficial wildlife practices. So there for several years, 14 on through about 2019, 20, we weren't spending those mandated dollars. So we are at that point now, which is good. And it has since increased, which I think might be on the next slide. Like I said, it's the largest agricultural conservation financial assistance programs for working lands in the entire nation. And as you can see on the right, that's just the state of Kansas obligated by year. So in 2014, it's a little over 15 million and grew in 2022 to almost 30. And I think this next year we're over 40 million. And with some other implications like the Inflation Reduction Act that's right now being discussed, will increase this program by 25 million in the state of Kansas and 20 billion nationwide. So pretty substantial money coming in right now, which is going to affect our contributory agreement. And we got to find some ways to help NRCS deliver this amount of funding, which will be a very adaptive challenge. So one of the things I did want to mention just for a second there, that bottom left logo there, Working Lands for Wildlife program, is basically under the umbrella of EQIP, and it provides very targeted programs or ranking pools for specific wildlife. In Kansas, we have 3, I believe, the monarch, lesser prairie chicken, and then the northern bobwhite quail, which we are just going to be starting here in the next few weeks. So really exciting, gives us the ability to focus our time and energy directly on programs that benefit wildlife and some of those critical wildlife species like lesser prairie chicken. So all right, so going back a little bit, talk about our traditional sort of old school habitat program that sort of developed over the years, the Kansas WIP program. This was just state wildlife fee funds, no other magic involved with the budgets and funding in that. And a lot of that was based on having the flexibility, not being attached to PR necessarily, and having the ability to deliver habitat on private lands, which has been somewhat of a difficult task to do through PR through the years. Only a few states to this point in time have done it. So at that point in time, we were doing probably $100,000 to $150,000 of work per year. And realized through time, it never really dipped much over that or under, and we really had to do something to be able to get more habitat on the ground and spend more money on the land in the state. So One of the things we did, and one of the things, quite frankly, that SASNAC developed way back in the early 1970s was to utilize partnerships and grant opportunities to expand available funding. Traditionally, we used RC&D councils, which I believe is Rural Conservation and Development councils, that really provided us increased funding for habitat conservation projects. So a lot of the projects we did, yes, we used state funds on a lot of them, but in order to round a lot of projects out, we had to go grab additional funding opportunities. So we had agreements with Department of Ag soil conservation districts all over across the state to implement beneficial practices for wildlife and a number of other programs. I just mentioned a few here. LIP was a federal program that we utilized, I think, through the PR program at the time, at least out of the same shop. And then the State Wildlife Grants Program out of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as well. Also, we utilized a lot of partner funding opportunities like Pheasants Forever, National Wild Turkey Federation, Ducks Unlimited. I could go on and on and on. I don't want to waste your time with that, but we're constantly working with other entities to be able to do a lot of these bigger projects. So that leads me to really why I came here today and discuss where we're at today. And so in 2015, we took a deep dive as a division, and we all met with an effort to try to rebrand our habitat program, which was Kansas WIP. In the East, it was kind of referred to as the Upland Game Habitat Management Program. And, you know, it didn't really have a real identity, so to speak. So landowners had a difficult time connecting with it. Our partners had a difficult time promoting the program because it was just somewhat unrecognizable. So with that, ultimately, we created what's known now as the Habitat First program. And really, that's our keystone wildlife program for private lands in the state. And it's been really highly successful from a promotion standpoint, from getting it out to landowners and getting some real interest going. So some of the things we did, like I said, some promotion type pieces, but we created a standardized cost list for practices. So it's very upfront on what they're getting into, what it's going to cost, and basically a true list of everything that we're going to offer them. So we created job sheets. We authored those in-house. A lot of our biologists helped to work on those. Just creates a nice, just a really nice card stock job sheet so they could see sort of time frame of when these practices should be implemented, how difficult they are to implement, and just some information regarding the goals of those practices. We have a call-in hotline, as well as a lot of other promotional opportunities that we've done over the last 8 years now. So in 2018 was the big change that we made. Really, from an administrative level, this change was really allowed us to utilize wildlife fee fund to a much more limited extent than we were in the past. So we tied Habitat First to Pittman-Robertson funds, given some increased allocations at the time, and we're able to increase our baseline funding for private lands habitat conservation work almost threefold. So we went from about 100 to 150,000 a year to these first 3 years of the program being $600,000 a year spent on private lands habitat. So 2021, we made another kind of big switch. We switched from a 3-year grant to an annual recurring award. So we were able to increase that to 1.1 million. That's what we're operating on right now. And about 400 to 450,000 of that goes directly to private landowners to implement these practices in the Habitat First program. The unique thing about all of this, we raised it all the way up to 1.1 million annually, while keeping our wildlife fee fund match really the exact same as it's been probably for 20 years or more. So at least 10. So we're utilizing the exact same wildlife fee fund and able to do an incredible amount more habitat on the ground with private landowners. Like I said, a lot of acceleration with promotion with this right here, this picture. This is a lot of the stuff that we've done. This, I believe, is a couple of our biologists, Jeff Rue and Charlie Cope. at the Kansas Livestock Association trade shows. So we do probably 6 to 8 trade shows statewide on an annual basis. Try to hit up all of these KLA. We do some soil health workshops, different trade shows at like Kansas Natural Resource Conference, different things like that. So we've been able to get the brand out there in front of people, and it's very recognizable, especially in the conservation community. So that's really all for that one. Just another example, some of the promotion, you may have seen this in our hunting atlas, maybe our regulations. It's one of the ads that we've been utilizing. All right, so getting in a little bit of the successes of the program, kind of a spatial view here. This was that first 3 years when we did a 3-year grant, the first year we'd ever been tied to the WISFR program. And as you can see, an incredible amount of work done, really east to west, north to south. I always like to just touch on this. You can see some definite areas of some real heavy conservation lift potentially, but in Western Kansas isn't quite as pronounced. And a lot of that has to do with our implementation of the walk-in hunting program out there. We have the same biologists working on both programs, plus a myriad of other things. And I think over time, that's been one of those sort of sinks for us is just being able to balance both our access programs and habitat programs to make sure that we're getting beneficial habitat on the ground out there. So a lot of good work being done in the first 3 years of the program. Thought I'd talk a little bit about some of the main practices that we prescribe out there on an annual basis. That top left one's been big the last 3 years, prescribed fire. And as you guys know, that's one of the most beneficial practices out there in a state that's seeing some pretty rapid succession from more of a prairie dominant landscape to encroachment by eastern red cedars and other trees. So we're putting a lot of fire on the landscape to the tune of anywhere from 15 to 20,000 acres of fire on an annual basis. So really pumping that effort up. Top right would be cover crops. We've been really big in cover crop establishment, probably the last 5 or 6 years. And that happens to be one on Weehaw. We do a lot of these projects on our walk-in hunting lands, but it's not restricted to just Weehaw. So bottom left, that really is our big one. It's brush removal of brush management. So you can't see that picture very well, but there's a 4-wheeler in the center of that thing just to show kind of the sheer size of that area. And then we do a lot of range planting now. We're planting actually direct planting of grass and forbs on cropland, which is one of our biggest priorities. And then vegetative chemical control to change the state of some of those grass species from more of a cool season dominant to more forb component. I'm not going to go into all this, but I just wanted to highlight this to say over the past 50 years, there's been varying measures of reporting with all that we do with habitat. So we're in some cases, we did a lot more of this back in the probably late 70s, early 80s is direct assistance with some of these projects. Our biologists actually going out on the ground, helping people plant shrubs and different things like that. So we still do a little bit of that, but not much. It has to meet some pretty certain criteria for us to do that. So the main thing we want to do is provide technical assistance, help a landowner get started with a practice, let them know sort of some of the things they're going to have to overcome and different things and set them on their way to create sort of a land stewardship ethic that goes on through time. And our biologists don't necessarily have to hold their hand through the entire process. We're moving on to the next landowner, trying to institute that stewardship ethic and keep that sort of process going. But we've gotten really, really good at reporting the things that we're doing out there, whether it be working with federal farm bill programs, working with our state program, direct assistance. And then also something I'll talk about here is a new program we started with our habitat specialists, which you're probably all very familiar with, our public land system. And I will touch on that right after this. And this is basically the treated acres of habitat by year since we've been tied to the PR program. So really we spend, anywhere from about 300,000 in our first couple of years. And now we're significantly above that, 455,000 we sent to landowners just this last fiscal year. So we're growing really in a big way. And I really anticipate to see that continue into the future. This is what I was referring to. So in 2018, really in a response to a need for that direct implementation, of wildlife habitat, we struggled to find contractors a lot for some of the scope of this work. So we went to Pheasants Forever, kind of piggybacked on the public lands, the very successful public lands model of having these Pheasants Forever habitat specialists. So we contract with Pheasant Forever in 2018, created these 3 new positions. We're up to 4 now. This last year, we've added an additional one. And a lot of this came to be, at the time we were seeing some bigger PR allocations and we're able to go this route and had some really good support to do that. So what we're really trying to do with this program, though, is to target from a spatial scope and then also with our practice priorities. We're trying to put these into ecosystems where it's a priority for our department to manage those. And the first 3 that we focused on was up in the Smoky Hills around Wilson to really get after some of the tree encroachment. So we've been spending about 5 years now up there doing a lot of brush management on eastern red cedar. And also, as a response to that, have gotten a lot more acres in the WEHA program from direct communication with these people. And it's been really, really successful. We also have one in Dodge City to kind of work on our playa landscape, to work on managing a lot of those playas, planting grass, doing some disking, different things like that. And we also have one now in the southeast Kansas and the minelands areas, really working on a lot of those wetland reserve easements down there that have really been encroached by lots of different things, and have a lot of real conservation issues. So that was one of our biggest focuses, primarily right off the gate, is to work on a lot of those wetlands down in southeast Kansas. And then we've recently added one in the southern Flint Hills, really similar situation as the Smoky Hills, looking at getting some of that succession slowed down when it comes to cedars and our woody species. So, and on all of these, we're really prioritizing our walk-in hunting lands to do a lot of the work. We've got a pretty good list of landowners to work with within this program, but our priority is for our WEHA cooperators and to get a better habitat situation on our public access lands. This is, like I was saying, this is where they're all located. We've slightly moved our northern position up a little bit further north. It's sort of that northern Smoky Hills. Got our playa landscape in the southwest, southern Flint Hills to the east of that, and then far southeast is a lot of those wetland reserve easements where the bulk of those are, and they have a lot of conservation issues. So that's where our focus is right now. Some of the accomplishments, been doing a lot with these programs. I think we're at about 4,000 acres, 5,000 acres a year. Starting pretty slow with these 4 positions, but getting a lot accomplished down on the landscape. So, all right, to finish up here, I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm trying to be as thorough as possible, but one of the other things that we also work as an agency on, and that is Farm Bill. Really our priorities within the Farm Bill right now. We're working on the 2023 Farm Bill. And how we do that is basically we work with the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. I'm our state representative on several working groups within that. And so we lay out our priorities for Kansas in that, which eventually will get pulled into the all-encompassing AFWA Farm Bill platform, which is still in draft form at this point, like a lot of the Farm Bill is at this point in time. But a lot of Kansas priorities are front and center in that document. So as far as the lobbying goes, AFWA is our go-to when it comes to that. So, and I just want to put this little graph here for everybody to kind of understand what we're really dealing with when we talk federal farm bill. And we're really dealing with that little blue slice of the pie. And that's the conservation title of the federal farm bill. And that's about 7%, which is roughly 20. With a total of about $428 billion of spending in that bill. So this is not a bill that gets created and everybody in agreement overnight. This is one that really goes all the way through and maybe even get some extensions on the back end to really make sure that everybody gets what they want out of this program. So our piece is relatively small. That's why I wanted to show this. But at the same time, that 29 billion is not a small number. And it goes to a lot of great programs. So our main priorities, I'm not going to go into detail. This is probably a 15 to 20 page document, but the main priorities for us and our agency is to improve the conservation reserve program and increase those acreage caps that are defined in the Farm Bill. Right now we're, I think, 29 million acre cap. We're under that right now, and I think we want to even expand that further. And we want to make some improvements to the EQIP program, the Environmental Qualities Incentive Program. Like I said, there's going to be anywhere from $40 to $65 million coming just to the state of Kansas to deliver that program. So there's some tweaks in there that we need to make. And I will mention the one, and it has actually made some positive improvements in Kansas, and that EQIP is, they're very, very agricultural centric, obviously. So a lot of the years we've had some difficulty spending this money on some of the lands where agriculture is not being produced. Some of those waste acres, if you will, and people who buy land and that don't have an interest in farming and ranching. And this program has not to this point been able to meet their needs. So that's one of the things we really want to delve into is, and already, like I said, made some progress on that. So, and then we want to increase funding for the agricultural conservation easement program, which would include those wetland reserve easements that I spoke about earlier. The funding for that is very limited at this point in time. So they're really wanting to see an increase there. And then from a public access standpoint, the only component in the federal farm bill for public access is this voluntary public access habitat improvement program, or what we call VPA HIP. And Kansas has gotten 3 of these awards, 2012, 16, and then 2020. And we've spent just about $8 million, and there is no match required for this program at this point in time. Wait till this farm bill gets through and rules are made. But we've been able to spend $8 million of federal money without any state match. And that has been really astronomical benefit to our walk-in hunting program. So with this money, we are tying it to long-term access. So we'll take a CRP contract that's 15 years and we'll do a 15-year access contract on that, pay them all the money up front. And then basically we have that guarantee it's going to be in CRP for 15 years and we're going to tie the access to it. So that has been really great at keeping us over 1 million acres in walk-in hunting. It's been the sole reason we've been able to stay over 1 million acres because of the supplement of this federal funding. So that is going to be a big piece in the next farm bill. And we're asking for no less than $150 million over 5 years. Been highly successful for Kansas, but has helped some Midwest states even start their private lands access program. So this is very important to a lot of states. With that, that's all I had.
Thank you. Any questions?
I did, if we have 5 minutes, I did want to show a quick video, one of our promotional efforts that we're working on with Habitat First. It's 5 minutes. We could just go ahead and play that for you guys to see kind of what we're working on and what we're going to get out to landowners. You got volume?
Yeah.
Doesn't have audio.
Just need to go.
It's a long-term trend that is happening and now I'm trying to set. Benefits and providing education and support on time needed and also providing financial assistance in order to help you. It's a flexible program and so it's really be tailored to fit each individual's property and their purpose. For the Habitat First program, any of the biologist assistance is entirely free of charge. We don't charge you for the time or assistance, anything like that. And if there are any costs associated with, say, installing fire breaks, mowing, disking, things like that. Any tree work that might be done, that stuff we can set up a Habitat First contract with you and basically pay you for that once the work is done on a regular basis. What we're really talking about here is precision conservation. In a lot of cases, we work with producers and can actually run the numbers for them. So we can look at an area of the field and say, really not making much yield on this area of the field. So here's this program, here's this program. In most cases, we're trying to work within your system and find those what we like to call as red areas. And turn them green. So not just turn them green from a conservation standpoint, but green from a bottom line standpoint. Beyond Habitat First, we also have an agreement with the USDA here in Kansas Natural Resource Conservation Service, as well as the Farm Service Agency. So with those programs, we get a great deal of financial impact. One of those programs within NRCS is the WIP program, which is funded about $40 million. We can't fund the things that we need to make it wild, just with our state dollars. So when we want to file, it just shows out the actual everyone walk through the elements of our programs and it's more like a one-stop shop. Decide what the programs we can take and pull from that will benefit the goals. They involved in a number of different government programs. And this one way was the easiest. It was a simple phone call. Logan came out, came prepared with maps and knew exactly what I'd done in the past in terms of CRP and wetlands programs. So he came prepared, ready, specific recommendations that we could talk about. Then it was just a matter of really spending some time with Logan, developing a level of trust. And it was always, if you're interested, what do you think? Would you be willing? And then I could go back and assess exactly what I wanted to do, but kind of match my needs and interests with that of what the data shows relative to well populations.
Particularly, there was a section that was very bad with water and trees, and they cleaned it completely up. And we've never seen a prairie chicken in that section of ground, 640 acres. And within a few weeks, the lady that was doing this cattle, she said, "You are not going to believe this. There's already prairie chickens in that section." So that was absolutely amazing to me.
I mean, I honestly think, we look at Cayman here and in these programs, especially the grass, native grass, we've got enough trees. We need to save our native grass. My grandkids, when they came down here and shot their first well, or seen their first cutting line, or shoot their first contest, because they weren't here. They were gone. I spent a lot of time down here. And it went 2 or 3 years, I didn't see it. I didn't see this. But now I can walk down here and just about tell you where I'm going to take it up. If you're interested in learning more about your land, how to manage it, and the wildlife habitats on it, feel free to contact your local wildlife biologist with Kansas Wildlife Advisory.
All right, that's all I had. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, I think we'll take a 10-minute break. And we'll be back here at 2:25. We have a performance from three distinguished gentlemen coming up next.
Come on.
Oh, I get it.
Let's go ahead and get started. Before we have an upland game population discussion, I think Brad had a couple of comments that he was going to make. Brad, did you have a couple of comments you were going to make?
I did. Thank you, Chairman Lauber. Brad Lovelace, Secretary. Yeah, a couple of comments. I really appreciated Wes's description of the program and that sense of history that he gave us. Obviously, in a state that's 98% private, if our agency isn't working and working effectively with private landowners, we aren't getting things done, right? So that's an absolutely critical program for us and the success of the state going forward. So I really appreciated his presentation. A couple of aspects of that. Wes mentioned the Farm Bill. He's our Farm Bill expert. I was in DC 3 weeks ago talking with Senator Marshall and other senators on the Senate Ag Committee about the Farm Bill, about things we were hoping for in there to help us improve our ability to conserve wildlife in Kansas. And so we work on that level also to try to help steer federal legislation in a way that really benefits our state maximally. Another point, NRCS, that's an agency that we work very closely with. Our relationship hasn't always been as constructive as it is right now. And so that's a credit to our staff who is in the trenches. They've developed respect for our NRCS folks who minister that Farm Bill, and that respect goes both ways. So it's a credit to them fighting through these differences, the challenges they have together to make it a more effective program. Pheasants Forever, another key partner. You saw those technicians there. They're important for us because unless we're able to knock on people's doors and spend time sitting around their kitchen table talking about ideas, we're not going to get things done. And so Pheasants Forever and those technicians that we contract with are vital to us, both at that level and then also they're a lot of the people that we end up hiring. We get to work with them, like renting them, right, for a few years. And then when they apply for our positions, we feel like we have a good relationship. So we know what we're getting when we consider hiring them. So a lot of our biologists now started out as Pheasant Forever habitat specialists. One of the beauties of this program, because it's evolved, is the ease of use. You heard that in that video. Our folks have taken me out and I met with some of those landowners that you saw in the video, and they all brag about their conservation minded landowners. They all brag about how so much easier this is than it used to be. So again, that's a credit to the federal and our state folks in moving that program in the right direction. So it's much more easy to use than it was in the past. You saw the remarkable growth that Wes charted as far as the expansion of that program. That starts with good relationships. And our folks, the last thing I'll do is brag about our folks, is as you meet them around the state, and it's led by Jake and Jake George and Wes. They are technically as sharp as they come, but they're the kind of people that you want to sit down and visit and you want to work with too. They don't twist people's arms. And so they're very effective salespeople because of their expertise and their personality. So we couldn't be prouder about this program, and it's really a tribute to our high quality folks. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, you three gentlemen, you kind of figure out how you're going to start.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I'm Matt Peak, the Furbearer biologist, and at the last commission meeting, Commissioner Sill asked for a more comprehensive overview of some of the issues around fur-bearer populations and upland game populations and predator control. And I think the other commissioners were in agreement that you would like a little more information on that. And so rather than having either the small game biologist or myself talk individually, we put together a little talk here that we're all three going to take on a specific section. Jeff Prendergast is going to start out talking about small game ecology. I'm going to talk about fur-bearer ecology and harvest a little bit. And then Kent Fricke is going to talk about predator control and its impacts on upland game populations. So we're gonna tag team this here, starting out with
All
Jeff.
right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. It's good to see you all again. So Kansas is a very important upland game bird state. Upland game birds are an important resource to us, and we're concerned with the current status of our upland game bird populations. However, as an upland game bird manager, predator removal is never a strategy that I would recommend as a way of improving upland game bird populations. That's because it's largely ineffective, and it's treating the symptoms, not the source of the problem. But to start off here, we'll talk a little bit about population growth and some growth factors. So upland game birds have a high rate of growth, and they're limited by carrying capacity. So when you have new habitat, you start at a very low population that's growing rather slowly until you hit that, you get to a level where you can reach that high slope of growth in that. And so they'll grow rather rapidly until they hit carrying capacity, or the maximum amount that the habitat can support. Now, that carrying capacity can increase or decrease depending on the amount of habitat or the quality of habitat. Like currently in drought scenarios, the quality of habitat decreases at carrying capacity. But with the upland game bird population growth rate, those birds will quickly, that population will fluctuate quickly to that new carrying capacity. The population dynamics are a very complex system, and predators make up a small portion of it. So I know you're not going to be able to read this slide. I know you've seen it before in some of Kent's talks, but the main thing to take away from this is the circled in red is where the predators come into population dynamics. And you can see that there's a whole host of other factors that are impacting the way that our upland game bird populations fluctuate. The Conservation Reserve Program, commonly known as CRP, is a program that retires low producing farm ground and converts it into permanent native grass cover. This is a very important habitat component to us. In 2007, the acres peaked both in Kansas and across the country. And since then, we've lost over half of this cover. We have less than half of the remaining CRP acres in both Kansas and nationally. These different colors represent different types of CRP, and it's not really important. But the one thing I do want to say about that is that we're seeing less of the most productive types of CRP, and we're getting more of these less productive types of CRP as well. So again, that's a quality issue on the remaining acres.
What are those types real quick? I can't read.
So the black line is the total CRP acres. The green line is general whole field enrollments. That's where you would take out an entire field and then put that in. The blue line is what we call continuous. So that would be like practices like field buffers or riparian buffers. So you're taking out a lot of times a portion of the lower producing acres in a field. And then the red is a new one that's grassland CRP, and that's more range pasture grass as a way of trying to, they're still grazing those have that cover. So it's, again, not as productive as what normal CRP would be for especially like pheasants.
Thank you.
So currently upland in the current landscape, CRP is our most productive habitat for bird. So when we consider what we just saw on the amount of CRP that we're losing, here this shows on the right that CRP is the first column there on that bar graph that was highly selected for compared to the amount of it on the landscape. The second one is crops, specifically wheat was selected against, which is even a crop that we consider more valuable for pheasants, and all other no other landscape variable was selected for. So they're really keying in on that CRP for nesting cover. And the left graph is showing just how the abundance of pheasants change, or the abundance of pheasants change in relation to the amount of CRP on the landscape. So obviously, as you get closer to that 25% in the surrounding landscape, you're getting more pheasant abundance. Our agricultural landscape has changed dramatically as well. In 1982, and I've showed you guys this one before, but in 1982 was whenever our pheasant harvest peaked with 1.5 million acres or 1.5 million pheasants. Since that period, we've lost over 50% of our wheat acres and 23% of our milo acres. So the right graph, again, the left graph of the graphs shows how pheasant abundance changes with small grains, which is wheat, barley, and the right graph is row crops. So you can see as you shift to more towards row crops, you get a lower peak in that pheasant abundance. So basically, we're seeing the crop landscape, the crops that are on the landscape are less productive for producing pheasants. There's also a quality issue with the type of agricultural practices that we are doing are more intensive and less productive as well. Smaller habitat patches are less productive than large patches. The figure on the right shows as you get closer to the middle of a bigger field, nest success rates go up as the color gets hotter. So the smaller patches of CRP are still important and useful, but they're not as important as the larger patches. And that's primarily because of the distance from edge impacts the amount of predation risk on those nests. Kansas upland game birds are grassland birds. We've had large tree expansion across our state with the upper figure of Kansas, the green represents trees, but we've had tree invasion across the state at pretty high rates. Trees provide resources to predators that reduce the effectiveness of prey from getting away from them. So basically, like as a hawk, it perches, it's more effective at hunting than if it has the soar. The trees provide refuge for nest predators, so on and so forth. So the bottom left-hand graph shows that the further away from a tree you get, the higher overwinter survival quail have. And the top right graph is just showing that in landscapes with less trees in the surrounding 5 kilometers, the pheasant abundance respond more positively to CRP. So basically, if you have no trees within 5 kilometers, you're going to get more pheasants than if you have 5% of the landscape in trees versus 15% of the landscape in trees. Surface water. We've greatly increased the distribution of surface water on the landscape. Maybe not as much surface water as one could argue because of like the riparian areas in the west, but with the addition of windmills and wells for cattling watering facilities, and then the inclusion of a lot of these what we call guzzlers, which are rain catch devices to provide water for wildlife into CRP. That's increased the distribution of predators because predators require open drinking source water, but upland game birds do not. So the bottom right graph over there is showing the left-hand side of it. Those are guzzler sites. The left is guzzlers with water catchments, and the right is no guzzler, and that's showing the raccoon occupancy of those two different sites. And the paper that's cited there was a paper that they did on quail in West Texas that basically showed that it did not the availability of open water did not provide an increase in survival of or nesting success of quail. Wildlife feeding increases the predator density artificially and increases nest predation. So the open access of food provides a resource that concentrates those predators in the vicinity around those feeding sources, then provides artificially high rates of predation because of the concentration. Where raccoons are hanging out, they're stumbling around. They may not necessarily be searching for nests, but they're going to eat everyone that they find while they're there stumbling around. So the main takeaway here is that there's a lot of things that we can do that can can reduce predation as a whole, but removing predators themselves is not really, that's again, addressing the symptom and not the cause. So with that, I'll let Matt talk about the Furbearer side of it.
All right, again, Matt Peak, Furbearer biologist. I'm going to start out by talking about Furbearer harvest a little bit. You've all heard the idea, the concept that nobody traps anymore, and so we're being overrun with raccoons and possums and skunks. That's really what this is all about. And so let's look at Furbearer harvest. This figure is since about the year 2000. The raccoon is in blue, possum is red, skunk is green on the bottom, and then coyote is the purple one. And it is true that harvest has declined in about the last 8 years for several of these species, starting with raccoon. They were at about an average of about 90,000, and then it's dropped down to 40,000 now. Opossum has dropped from 40,000 average right in there down now to 16,000 in recent years. Skunk is from 14 down to 6. Coyote, on the other hand, has went up. So coyote was pretty stable here around 94,000. And coyote, of course, can be taken by hunters or by licensed hunters, people with a hunting license, whereas the other species have a much smaller user group because only fur harvesters can take them. But coyotes averaged about 94,000. And then as the market for other species, a lot of other species dried up, the coyote market got really hot. And so there was a lot of interest in pursuing them by fur harvesters. But then more recently, we've also added night vision hunting. And so that's probably helped helped harvest stay up there a little bit since the price has come down. But anyway, so that's kind of a summary of what harvest is. It is true that harvest has declined. What about population? So have the populations increased as a result of changing harvest? And I'm mostly focused here on raccoon and possum and skunk. These are the nest predators and the species that are most likely to impact the upland game bird populations. This figure represents our best Furbearer survey that we have, our best population information, and is in the form of an index. So we don't actually know how many individuals there are of each species, but we do know how these species have changed over time. For raccoon, this goes back to 1980, and the other species are since 1986. So we've got over 35 years worth of data on them and over 40 years on raccoon. But what you see is for possum and skunk, those trends have remained stable over time. It's not true that those two species have increased significantly as a result of changing harvest levels. Raccoon, on the other hand, has been in a long-term increase. Okay, so it is true that raccoons have increased. When we look at these other species, for the most part, bobcat, badger, red fox, I put them in there as other Furbearer species. Red fox are mainly confined around cities. Badger are more of an open prairie species. The bobcat market itself is hot enough that harvest does, in a lot of cases, probably have more of an impact on bobcat harvest. And if there's a bright spot in the fur trade, a recent bobcat auction in Kansas, they averaged over $90. And so there will be a lot of harvest pressure on them in the coming years. Coyote, on the other hand, is more like raccoon. They have continually increased, whereas these other species have stayed stable. But again, with the focus is primarily on the nest predators. And so, the raccoon increase is more meaningful than that of coyote. So what would it take to impact the population? We're talking about what we want to do, or the proposal by some people, is we need to increase harvest so that to drive these populations down so that upland game birds can then respond. This is just, again, we don't know exactly how many of each of these species there are, but I'm going to use the raccoon as an example. If we assume there's 10 per square mile across the state of Kansas, which 10, is probably higher in some areas and lower in others, but looking at some of the primary literature, that would be a possible estimate, 82,000 square miles in the state. That would give us 820,000 raccoons. The number of individuals you need to remove to impact a species ranges from 20% based on population modeling of otters and swift fox up to say 70%. Although this is this is an old study that's long disputed, but it's said to be 70% in some cases with coyotes, which is probably higher than what it really takes with coyotes. So if we assume for raccoons, it's somewhere around 40%, you'd have to remove over 300,000 raccoons from that population so that the next year we ran the population survey that your harvest would have driven that population line downward. Okay. Keep in mind that our raccoon harvest during good years since 2000 has been in the 90,000 range. So it's a long shot to think you're going to use harvest to drive these populations downward. And I'll say more about that in a second. I do want to say relative to the impact of harvest on these populations, that the coyote and raccoon populations continued to increase during time periods when harvest was high. And they've also continued when harvest was low. On the other hand, with possum and skunk, they did not respond with an upward movement when harvest dropped off. So the factors that are limiting these populations out there are not necessarily related to harvest. Okay. To give you an example of what you might be up against when you're talking about things like bounties, Arkansas went through a process of considering what it would take. They estimated at a $10 a head bounty, they could remove, or it would, if they invested $1 million at $10 a head, they could remove 100,000 raccoons out of a population of 2 million. And so you're talking about, in their case, 5% of the population. And so again, that would not leave a meaningful effect in the population survey. The next year's reproduction would have made up for that. And so you would not detect any difference with that type of an action on your population curve the next year. And so if you had that $1 million a year, then I think what Jeff was saying is it would be better spent elsewhere. And so I don't think we're talking about bounties specifically, but I think that's a good explanation or an example of what we're up against in terms of the harvest that might be needed. And then the other thing I wanted to say is this doesn't mean harvest attempts are futile. There are benefits to in-season harvest in that any animal that is removed, or not just in season, but any animal that's removed during one fall or after is not present. That animal is not present as an adult and a potential nest predator during the next nesting season. So although the population may remain high after reproduction, when you have a harvest of 40,000 raccoons, you still have 40,000 or probably not 40,000 because you do increase the survival of the remaining, but you have some number fewer raccoons that then survive to the nest season. And so again, we do support and always have supported the idea of in-season harvest as a way, not just to address direct problems, which is really what it's most effective at, but also as a time period to go in and take raccoons on the area if you feel like there are too many. One of the, we've all heard a lot of complaints that there's way too many of these raccoons and species. The one group I don't hear these complaints from is trappers, because they go out and trap them in areas that they think there's too many that they have access to. And so, and then the last thing I want to say, it seems obvious, there's obviously enough raccoons in the population that we could, and we are considering various ways to increase harvest of raccoons. So that goes with that. I mean, that's an underlying fact here that there's no dispute about. There's plenty of raccoons out there. The question is, why isn't it just completely obvious that we would really open things up on them? And so I do want to bring up some of the concerns about that. One is orphaned young. There are animal welfare concerns with doing this. And orphaned young, of course, from animals that are taken after the young are born, those young are left to starve to death or die of exposure, which is not typically a favorable way that you would want animals to die. It's also typically not it's not a favorable thing to kill something and then not use it. It's debatable how much demand there is for these things now. Ken mentioned the $2.50 averages. I heard of a person who sold their raccoons for $9 a piece from a buyer recently too. So it's debatable how much demand there is for these. One thing is for sure, if you're talking about taking them in April and May, there is no market value for them. There is some market value for them now in season. The expansion of a season outside the traditional fur season also undermines legal harvest as a method of choice for dealing with fur-bearer damage. And so this has always been our system with all game species. If you've got deer problems on your property, the first thing we want you to do is try to get legal hunters out there to solve the problem. And so with fur harvesting, that doesn't differ. If you think there's too many raccoons on a property, our first, our first impulse is to get a fur harvester to go out there and harvest all of them that they can. And then, of course, the fur harvester buys a license, which supports the department. And that's how our whole system of management and the department's funding and everything is based on. So that is an important consideration. This will also establish a user group of people that may come in and probably for hire. They're obviously not getting paid for the pelt. So if they're gonna do it, either it'll be recreational or for a fee, but it will establish a user group that we think this will be hard to undo. And I'll use the night vision coyote hunting as an example. We're going to review that process in the coming months. If the department comes forward and says, we don't want to see that season any longer, my guess is there's going to be a whole lot of very strong opposition to that. The camel's nose is under the tent on that issue, and it's going to be very hard to take away. And so we're considering a similar issue here of establishing a user base that may be hard to undo. And then also, the real dilemma here and what we're thinking about and what the Furbearer Committee for the department is going to be thinking about is what is the benefit of doing this versus we know that there's some concerns out there. What do we know about the possible benefit of doing this? So those are the things that we're weighing. I don't want to, this debate should not be framed as it's like no harvest versus year-round harvest, because the reality is we do facilitate all types of harvest opportunity for these species already. And ironically, we're here to talk about this because fur-bearer demand for fur-bearer harvest is so high, and yet our harvest information, that data says that harvest demand is the lowest it's been in 20 years. And so we are not prohibiting harvest of these species, even under the current state. So I just want to be clear about how this is framed. There's a whole bunch of different things that could be done to facilitate harvest here that I think we're going to be taken into consideration. So I think that's all I've got for now, and I'll turn this over to Ken.
Thanks, Matt. Kent Fricky, Small Game Coordinator in Emporia. The first thing I would like to mention in this discussion is that the discussion around predator control has been around for a long time. I went back and pulled a bunch of different images and books and book chapters that we're all exposed to as we're studying to become wildlife biologists. And I apologize, you can't see this, but this was from a wildlife management book in 1944, which kind of demonstrates a public comment session. And several of the bubbles include, the shouts from the audience include, kill all the hawks and owls, save all the hawks and owls. We need a bounty on fur bearers. We need to save all the fur bearers. I mean, just a bunch of different things. This discussion has been around for a long time. As we were developing this presentation, we talked about how the discussion and debate around predator control has been around for well over 100 years in the United States, and probably just as long in Kansas. And so I just wanted to reiterate that this is nothing new from a wildlife management standpoint.
And so moving from there, I wanted to address something specifically with turkeys. Last fall at our commission meeting in Chanute, we had a session on turkeys, and several of the slides and topics we discovered or discussed were about nest predators and predators of turkeys. And so you can see on the right the myriad of predators for turkeys of both nests, poults, and juvenile and adult birds. And again, there's a bunch of them. And in that presentation, I discussed how nest success in general kind of averaged around that 25% number, but also that there is extremely large spatial and temporal variation in that, just as with any other upland bird, pheasants, quail, and otherwise. In addition, poult success is still relatively low, even in a good year. And just as an example of this, but of that nest success, of those mortalities, the nest failures, in the last study that we had done in Kansas, for example, back in 2011, showed that in Northwest Kansas, of those nest failures, 65% were due to predators. Then the other 35% were due to abandonment. And so we've known on all of these species that in every single year, nest predators and predators of adult birds are major factors, and they always have been and they always will be. And so I just wanted to reiterate that we do have information that lends itself to that. And again, predators are always going to be part of the discussion on what affects the ecology and population dynamics of these upland birds, these ground nesting birds. Overall, kind of back to generalities about the predator control discussion. First is that predators, as I mentioned, are a primary source of nest loss for ground nesting birds. That is a very established fact. Predator-prey relationships are complex, and Jeff and Matt both discussed just a couple of the main components that we think about when we talk about predator-prey dynamics with only this suite of predators and prey. We also recognize that predators are an important part of all ecosystems. You can't just wipe out a predator and not expect some increase in other portions of the ecosystem. And reduction of a particular species to protect another species almost never works. And again, we've had 100 years of this experience in North America. At the same time, we recognize that at certain times, for limited purposes, predator control can result in increased nest success. And I've got the next slide to specifically talk about that. And as Matt mentioned, in terms of damage control, we need to consider that as well. And we recognize that removal of individual predators may be justified for a specific damage problem. And that, again, specific individuals as opposed to large landscape scale processes. And I want to reiterate, and we'll touch on this again, quality habitat is the key. And Jeff mentioned this a lot during his portion of the presentation, and that what we need to focus on here is habitat. So I also want to recognize that there's an established literature out there of scientific research that predator removal does not result in increases in upland bird populations at a landscape scale. And that's important. We'll talk about landscape versus small scales, but in terms of broad statewide or even regional regulations or discussion around predator removal, it has not been shown through multiple studies to be effective at a large scale. And Matt elucidated some of the reasons for that. And I wanted to highlight this 2003 very popular article that was in Ducks Unlimited, which the quote here, "A closer look at large-scale predator control programs reveals that they are counterproductive to the long-term benefits of waterfowl and waterfowl hunters." And we can say the same thing for pheasants, quail, and turkey. Now, that's at a landscape scale, broad, statewide, regional scale. However, there are studies that show that targeted predator removal at small scales, so think property level, can be successful in improving upland bird populations. This is just one example from the Journal of Wildlife Management, talking about reduction in nest predators for increasing bobwhite quail demographics in the southeastern United States. And this is another example from Europe where they did a comprehensive review of all the literature in Europe associated with predation in relation to grouse populations in Europe. And I wanted to pull this quote from that. Our results suggest that predator control is likely to achieve short-term conservation benefits for grouse. And I highlighted this, if well-designed and rigorously conducted. The next sentence, we suspect, however, that the majority of control programs conducted for conservation do not meet this standard. And again, there's a myriad of studies that demonstrate this as well. So we'd also like to be very clear that the question to Matt and the three of us in preparation for this presentation was specifically in relation to upland bird nest success and what is the impact of nest predators on upland birds. There may be other reasons for trying to increase harvest of raccoons or other nest predators, but the request of us was in relation to, can this be successful for increasing upland birds? And so so this is kind of the checklist of if at a small, again, at that small scale, you were to design something, the very first thing, and I'll highlight this and underline it as much as I can. The first thing that needs to be present at that small scale is abundant, high quality habitat, and it must already be in place. It doesn't do you any good to say, here's a crop field, I want to do good things for quail. Let's start hammering the raccoons and then we'll start planting grass. It does not work that way. The quality habitat has to be there first. Research has shown that at that small scale, if your goal is increasing upland bird nest success, it must be, the removal of predators must be completed during the key period of recruitment, which in Kansas is beginning prior to and continuing throughout the entire nesting season. And so in Kansas, what that looks like is starting trapping efforts in April and continuing through at least June in terms of turkey, pheasant, and quail populations. Logistically, it has to, and it very much has to include full-time effort. The occasional removal of individual animals by hunters and trappers has very little impact on predator populations. If this is just going out and trapping or shooting a few raccoons once every few months, it will not work in terms of increasing upland bird populations. It has to be systematic, it has to be intensive, and it has to be long-term for any chance of success. Furthermore, it needs to include all legally harvested predators. And as I showed in that other graph earlier, there's many other that are not legally harvested. Hawks, owls, snakes, all the myriad of other things that impact nests. And again, habitat management is key. I'm not going to read all of this, but again, to reiterate, having high quality habitat is the great mediating factor of wildlife management. And it's certainly true for upland bird populations, whether it's overcoming drought conditions, whether it's overcoming flooding conditions, whether it's overcoming predators. More and higher quality habitat is always going to be the key part of the conversation. And as Wes did a really good job of highlighting the different things that we as wildlife managers and biologists talk to landowners about, and the pictures here, which spraying invasive weeds, doing more prescribed burning, doing tree removal, those are the conversations that we need to be having in terms of increasing upland bird populations. Those are the things that we don't have to worry about the complexity of predator-prey dynamics. These are the things that work. So in summary, for the three of us, just wanted to kind of wrap things up with overall upland bird populations are affected by many factors, one factor of which is predators. The large-scale reduction of fur-bearer populations large-scale reduction of fur-bearer populations resulting in large-scale increases in upland bird populations is unlikely. As Matt mentioned, if we want to get to 25% removal of raccoon populations in the state, we're going to have to harvest 300,000 raccoons. To give you an idea of scale here, for pheasant harvest. We typically harvest between 200 and 400,000 pheasants per year. That just to try and give you an idea of what the effort would have to look like in terms of removing that many individuals. Furbearer removal can result in improved upland bird populations if done appropriately at small scales. And again, that's with abundant, high quality habitat already present and removal efforts that are intensive, consistent, and long-term. As Matt mentioned, there are significant concerns that exist with increasing fur harvest outside of the non-traditional fur harvesting season. And again, habitat management is the key here. The habitat component of wildlife management is what we need to be thinking about when it comes to upland bird populations. With that, I think we'd be ready for questions.
Okay, that was a good presentation. Anyone have questions for any of these gentlemen?
Yeah, Commissioner
Yes,
Spore
sir.
here. Kent, what,
Any of you three could probably answer that, but just to understand kind of in a simple means here, a lot of your data is over the last 20 years, correct? As far as population increase, raccoons, coyotes being the biggest. What have we done in the last 20 years as a department, or what's the wildlife and parks thing? What has Fish and Game done to try to have any sort of impactful management of those numbers? Or are we still managing off of the same seasons, regulations, everything we've done for the last 20 years?
You talking about fur bearers?
Fur bearers.
Okay, yeah, well, Matt Peak, fur biologist. We just expanded season by 2 weeks new this year. We've changed, regulations have changed over time, I think, to, to facilitate fur harvest. I think Kansas is known as one of the best states in the country as far as being fur harvester friendly and letting people use the equipment that's needed to be effective under different circumstances. We've always had fairly long season dates, but now they expand basically the entire time period when the fur bearer species fur is sellable for most species. As far as monitoring them goes, we have a lot better population data going back over 40 years than what most other states have. So we're lucky to be able to say what they were back then. As you know, the fur harvest has typically largely been a market-driven activity, and the market has always fluctuated up and down. The catch here is that it has kind of stayed down for a period of time here, probably COVID related to some degree, but there's of course all types of other stuff going on. So there are some bright spots in the fur market right now, and who knows what could happen.
So I guess to answer the question that I had as far as what impactful things we've done in the last 20 years, the answer to that would be we've added 2 weeks to the end of the season, correct?
Well, I'd have to think about that a little bit more, but yeah, that would be the main thing I would say.
And from a trapping and or hunting aspect, would you say that that 2 weeks is the best time of year to take the optimum amount of game?
Season's already open during the optimal time, so it continues through, it continues through some additional time that's fairly optimal for some species like bobcat and possibly skunk, which come out, in February, late February.
I guess my question was that 2 weeks in a optimum time to harvest those animals?
Yeah, for some species it is.
For the raccoon specifically?
The raccoon is already open in mid-November through mid-December, which is the optimum time to harvest raccoon. Our season dates have always been based on the optimum time to harvest raccoons. And so we expanded beyond that some to give people more opportunity to harvest raccoons as well as other species.
Sure.
But yes, it's always been open during the optimal time period for raccoons.
Okay. Good. That was.
Other questions for Matt or Jeff or Kent?
I got a question.
Yeah.
So if habitat's the key, what do you do about that? What can you do about that?
So our the Farm Bill has been one of the biggest contributors to our habitat. I mean, we've always been, some of the studies they've done on private lands programs, ours is one of the most active, but still what we can do with our private lands program is somewhat of a drop in the bucket compared to the number of acres that are impacted by agricultural decisions. When upland game birds do the best is whenever they're an accidental byproduct of agriculture, which is whenever we had the best pheasant hunting was before CRP, when we had a lot of weedy wheat fallow on the landscape, because that created some of the best habitat out there for upland game birds. One of the big pushes, I mean, myself and some of the other biologists work on national working groups that is pushing for better CRP regulations, increased rental rates, those sort of things to try to make those habitats more attractive or those programs more attractive to landowners. But we're somewhat at the mercy of the agricultural markets and other deciding factors by private landowners. We just don't control enough area to do something on our own at a landscape level scale.
Yeah, that was point of the question. You really don't have much ability because CRP is so federal. It's so dependent on federal dollars.
Commissioner Spore. Gerald, can you hear me?
Yes, Jackie.
Jackie Augustine, Audubon of Kansas. A quick question for Matt. Do we know anything about the raccoon populations? Are they increasing evenly throughout the state? And does it have anything to do with the woody encroachment?
It probably has something to do with the woody encroachment. Jeff mentioned several other things that, like water sources. We really don't know precisely what the impact of feeding has on their survival, but you can sure find a lot of raccoons around deer feeders. So that may or may not impact their survival. I don't think food is generally you don't think maybe of food as being much of a limiting factor for raccoons because their diet is so diverse. So as far as where they're increasing in all of our different, in all regions of the state.
Matt, I'm still processing this, so I hope I asked this well, and thank you for your patience if I don't. The deer feeders, we see the pictures of, feeders surrounded by 20, 30 raccoons. So I'm one that has said these deer feeders don't help us in many regards. CWD, lots of reasons. But one of my thoughts was that, it does provide an artificial food source for the raccoons, therefore making life easier, increasing the likelihood that they're going to do well and reproduce well. So the deer feeders, as I'm listening to you guys, I mean, they change the deer patterns, bring the deer in, they bring the raccoons in, turkeys feed off that. Is there a concentration in areas where there are large numbers of feeders that then make that predation worse? I mean, is it kind of like a hub of a wheel with spokes so that the predation problems are worse in those areas, or I'm just trying to make something out of nothing?
That paper that I had on that slide was it showing exactly that. They looked at distance from that, those feed sources as a kind of the hubs of a wheel, and the closer you were to the hub, the higher the predation rate was on those nests.
So I'm not going past anything besides a question here. If there were no deer feeders, recreational baiting, whatever, if there were no deer feeders, the deer, the turkeys, the upland birds, the raccoons would all be more dispersed And could that change some of the predation patterns, or is it not enough to make a difference?
On upland birds, it probably depends on the associated habitat with those. So the birds are making decisions based on the other habitat factors, whether or not they're close to or not the deer feeders. A deer feeder being close to CRP, is going to then impact the predation rate on nest and house CRP fields. So likely, but there's a lot of variables in that question.
It would, you could reasonably assume would disperse raccoons to other food sources, which they may somewhat be concentrated around, but I don't know of any other food source that's persistent that occurs, in an area smaller than the size of this room. And so it would disperse them out of a certain area. I look at those feeders as an opportunity for people who, that's a great place to get rid of raccoons for people who say that there's way too many raccoons. I mean, that's an area you would target, and they, a lot of them in the area are going to be coming there. So again, the opportunity, 3.5 months already exists for people to go to existing feeders and take all the raccoons you can off of them. And some guys already do that, but a lot more of them could.
One of my other concerns with the deer feeders is the timing of when that corn stops flowing. So if you're concentrating coons in an area like that, and then that corn gets shut off right about the time we start nesting season. So that's been one of my concerns with it, whether or not, again, there's no data to back that up, but just an observation.
There is no visible benefit to upland game or turkeys by having feeders. I mean, there just isn't a benefit. It's just, how bad is it?
Potentially a detriment, because you get aflatoxin corn and stuff like that is birds are very susceptible to at the parts per billion whenever it's still marketable. So a lot of times some of those corns tend to be higher in aflatoxin. You can get some of those poisoning impacts as well. So.
And I just want to add, just from my own personal experience, this isn't something that's landscape level, but just because of my position, I get lots of calls about orphan wildlife. And so my worry is that if we're taking raccoons when the young are there, more people are going to be worried about that. They're going to want to take them home and make them pets, and then they're going to get diseases, and all kinds of problems are going to arise from that. And so I think I just want to highlight that it's something that I personally deal with on the regular, and I'm sure you probably dealt with that yourself.
A little bit. One thing I would say about orphan wildlife and taking these species in, I mentioned there's a whole range of things we can do, somewhere between a closed season and a year-round open season using every possible technique. There's all these other things. And the fact that we're here talking about too many raccoons and people are rehabbing raccoons and turning them back into the wild is somewhat counterproductive in a lot of ways. And so that's just one of the things on the fringe of this that may conceivably contribute in some very small degree to the raccoon population issue.
Yeah, my concern is just somebody from the general public.
I don't think in most cases they would find them. They're going to be underground and in den trees and stuff like that. So it would probably be rare. Although in some,
I certainly get calls every year about them.
Right.
And they've got them in their laundry basket.
Right.
In the house.
In some cases, especially later on, these animals are conceivably big enough to climb out of the den and be found. But so you're right, it's not just animals that are immobile and in the den, but it could be, depending on what time frame you open that up, it could have animals that were big enough to get out and be found too. So.
From a biological and a hunting season large perspective, while we do not want to encourage orphaned animals, it's really something that we shouldn't spend too much time about, because there are so many that we can't help anyway. And I just don't know if that's a good reason to minimize harvest.
I'm not saying
Commissioner Spore.
Huh?
Oh,
Commissioners.
I'm not saying minimize harvest. It's just, it's an image thing. I think there's not, you don't want to put an image out there and think that we're heartless people. But anyway.
Any more questions?
Yeah, Commissioner
Commissioner
Spore.
Spore has one.
There's no doubt that Jeff and Kent have identified that the landscape and the upland is the most important part of this whole process. And, Habitat First that Wildlife and Parks has done is, gladly appreciated, but it's still on a small scale compared to the big scale of the USDA and the farm program and the CRP program. I had an old timer that has thought about this his whole life, and he made the statement to me, without a USDA CRP program and high rental rates to combat production agriculture, we're never going to have the CRP and the habitat that we need to grow upland birds. There's no doubt. And that is out of our control. I mean, Brad can go to DC and we can go lobby. We can do the best we can, but until we get higher rental rates for CRP, it's not going to happen. So that brings me to my next question. Matt has identified that Furbearer, particularly coons and coyotes, are an all-time high population. Jeff and Kent, what are the populations of the pheasant, quail, and turkeys in comparison to, the last 20 years? Where are their population today?
Today is extremely low, but that's largely impacted by the current weather patterns and the drought. If we go back even just 5 years ago, quails, our bobwhite quail populations hit a modern day high. 2017, we recorded the highest quail index we had ever done on our spring whistle survey. Around that same time, coming out of the drought, we had a spike in our pheasants in the southwest corner of this region of the state. So they're still there and they still respond to habitat when it's on the ground, but currently they are extremely low.
How about you, Kent, and the turkeys?
Yeah, so in terms of turkey populations, we're certainly been seeing a decline. We peaked in terms of turkey numbers in the late 2000s. And so we're on about year 14, 15 of a kind of a long-term statewide decline. But at the same time, that's also the trend in all of the southeastern states as well, and Midwestern states in the US. So I guess I wouldn't say that Kansas is unique in that aspect. And again, there's a number of things that turkeys are not responding to in terms of weather patterns as we maybe would expect. And so there's certainly maybe a number of reasons that we discuss at many different levels in the turkey world, turkey biology world, that may be affecting those populations.
Okay. Then my question is we have all-time high furbearer populations. We're at historic low upland game populations. Our landscape and our habitat is shrinking. Does that increase the percent of nest predation in the state of Kansas by having more predators, less habitat, and less nests to raid?
So I think I understand the logic that you're saying, and I think Jeff did a good job of laying that out in terms of what happens when you have lower quality habitat and when you have smaller patch sizes, right? That was the purpose of that. And so certainly I guess I think that the logic that you lay out there is potentially sound, but at the same time we recognize that in terms of what those impacts may or may not have, we're not sure. And if anything, at again, that landscape scale, we're not likely to see any positive impacts of that. But in terms of I guess the one of the primary concerns from a biology ecology standpoint is really just where do we want to focus our efforts in terms of what we do about that. And so that's why we of course bring up the habitat management side of things. Does decreased amount of habitat, decreased patch size, increased number of predators have the potential to increase nest predation? Certainly. I understand the logic behind that, but there's so many other things that we know that we can do to positively impact those populations as opposed to just going toward predator removal.
Yeah. Well, I would think of it in this numbers game. Let's just say there was a quarter section of CRP that had 10 nesting pheasants on it. How many of those nests would be rated out of the 10 nests on a quarter? What would be your saying?
Well, let me tell you. On a quarter section, the center up to 80% success rates on a quarter section.
Okay.
That graph that we showed on the that had the concentric rings, where I talked about the patch size, between 55 and 80, and on the smaller 40, it was between 54% success and 76% success.
Okay, so 20 to 30 to maybe 40% of those nests don't make it. Okay, so now today we only have 2 nests on that entire quarter section. How many of those? What of those? What's the percent of those 2 nests that are going to get rated? Is my point. And I guess you don't have to answer the question. I'm putting non-theory type stuff in you guys' mind. But I guess my whole point is we've got landscape going. You guys are working on habitat. We're working on a farm bill. We're trying to get CRP rates better. What other items are we doing to help our upland game? And one aspect that I can see that we have the tools at hand to somewhat help is predator removal. And I know you guys have all sat there and said it doesn't matter, but we got to do something. We got to be proactive, and we got to do something. And I guess I'm just looking that we have the tools in place that we could do more. And I guess that's probably for another session. But that's all I've got to say. Thanks, guys.
If I could respond real quick, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I pretty much defer to these guys, to our upland bird biologists, on what effect that might have. But I can say, Commissioner Sporer, that we can look at the status of raccoon and say that it's not unreasonable for anybody to look at our data and suggest that that we would be wise to consider other ways to increase harvest. And so the Furbearer Committee will be doing that. And I know there's a wide range of options out there that we'll be talking about, and we may come back with recommendations to expand season. And so I can approach this from the Furbearer side of thing, whether or not that actually results in any difference in upland game bird populations or not is a little bit different subject. But I can say that from the Furbearer side of things, we can look at some of the different options that might increase harvest a little bit. Certainly the population of raccoons can withstand it. So I mentioned those things that we might have concerns about. If there are ways that we can work around those, or if we determine that they're not big enough concerns to prevent additional activities or whatever, those are the types of things we'll be weighing.
And what are we going to do that in April?
April would be the earliest, which the current night vision season ends at the end of March. And so the plan was to try to get a quick survey out to a portion of those night vision hunters to assess all the different characteristics of that season, then analyze that data real quickly and get the Furbearer committee together. So we'll at least have some early information on how the night vision season went. I mean, we sort of are, we don't want to get, I think to some degree, the night vision season is going to get pulled into this discussion. And so we won't proceed with any type of fur harvesting recommendations without first having the season's night vision survey results.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Matt? We may want you three back again. This is a tough subject. I go back and forth. So I'll be interested, and I strongly encourage the Furbearer committee to really look at some of these items. Come up with your best recommendations.
Will do. Thank you.
Brad, you have something to add?
I've been looking into this for a while. I'm a fishing guy, right? So you guys always did it. That is comprehensive program. I've never remember that all that information. I appreciate that. Yeah, I know I've benefited from that broad approach. The one point, their task was to look at predators relative to bird production, and that was their task. But let's not lose sight of a bigger picture. Everything from when you improve habitat, everything from bees to bobwhite quail and all the other ground nesting birds in that area, as well as mammals, deer, everything else benefits too, as well as broader ecosystem health, right? Soil quality, water quality. So there are broad benefits in the areas that we're charged with and beyond those areas to doing this habitat work. So it just layers, I think, the benefits to us as a state when they do this work. And I'm happy from that broader perspective that habitat's the answer we keep coming back to. So I appreciate the presentation.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We need to move along here. Colonel Kaiser.
Chairman Lauber, members of the commission. Greg Kaiser, I'm the Director of Law Enforcement for Wildlife and Parks. I'm here to give a brief update on the wanton waste issue that was recently brought up before the commission. Law enforcement, every year we deal with game that is dumped. Deer, most recently brought up to the commission was waterfowl. We've even had coyotes recently in big piles dumped in creeks. And so we've started to have some discussions with the secretary and assistant secretary. And so I want to touch first of all on the constituent complaint about the wanton waste of crows that was a while back. Crows are covered under their own regulation, 11520-1. And while they are a migratory bird, they're not a migratory game bird by definition of wanton waste. And so under that regulation, they can't be sold, bartered, traded, but they can be disposed of in any manner, which means they can be left lay. In our discussions, you know, and we've heard it today, a lot of people use public lands and for other things than hunting, bird watching, what have you. And so if you have a bunch of dead crows laying out there, is that really the image that we want to project, and that they're just left to lay and without people picking them up like they're holes of their shotgun? So I'm sure we're going to be having some further discussions on that. As far as wanton waste, we do have a viable wanton waste regulation. It states that the sportsmen have to retain, make a reasonable effort to retrieve their game and to retain that for consumption or processing for consumption. And then it has to be transported to the residence or commercial preservation facility, taxidermist, or a commercial processor locker plant. I've instructed my staff to start researching what other states have for wanton waste. And well, that's still ongoing right now. We found a wide range of wanton waste regulations. Some is very minimal, some are very intense, and really go into detail about processed game, how birds need to be breasted out, big game, ordered, the whole thing. And we really don't go into detail on that on our regulations. So in discussions with the boss, we're going to have some more in-depth discussions amongst the management team and how we can look at what other states are doing and compare to what we're doing. And do we need to make changes and come back to the commission with some ideas. So that's what I have for today.
Okay. Any questions for Colonel Kaiser?
What, Commissioner Spore, whatever happened to the duck dumping picture that we all saw? What was the end result there?
That's still ongoing, Commissioner. I'm not in a position where I can comment on that right now on an ongoing case.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
CWD update.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, staff, and public. Going to give a little update on the CWD that we did this past season. I gave the history on August 4th. So we won't go over a complete history again, but we'll do this. The dark ominous cloud, Gerald, that you talked about.
That's right.
That's hard to see. That's the surveillance map that we use when we don't have statewide surveillance. We do a zone a year, and there's 5 surveillance zones. Here we go. You can barely see that, but the MU study, Missouri University was doing that CWD study. They're done collecting. Now they have to analyze their data. They collected 1,819 samples this past season and found 181 positives. That's 10% of their sample was positive. And they were sampling everywhere in the state but the South Central Zone. Wildlife and Parks, my stuff was done in the South Central Zone, so they were everywhere else. I happened to find with my collectors, we found, and our biologists that collect the sick animals, we found 12 positives out of 328 samples. The 12 positives that we found were not in the South Central Zone. 10 of them were sick and suspect animals in the Northwest, and 2 of them were tested accidentally from the North Central Zone, out of zone. Just happens sometimes that you'll get that. So we didn't detect any positives in the South Central Zone, but Missouri did. Missouri had, that's how all this works. It's convoluted and samples going here and there, but they did find 2, and 1 in Cali and 1 in McPherson County, which is New County. I'll get to that in a minute. Private submissions, we're always interested about how many submissions are provided by hunters that want to pay for their own stuff and get a quick result. It's always hovered around 200. Last season, it was 192. That's a lot less than I actually thought it would be as people learn more about CWD and potential health effects, et cetera. Of those 192 samples, the private submissions, the ones they paid for themselves, 35 positives. 18% of them were positive. So those folks know they're hunting in areas where there's CWD. They want to know faster so they can get their meat processed. And so that's what that is. So the total sample size was 2,000. Wait, a little bit behind here. I'm running off my notes here because that's hard for me to see, like Wes said. 2,339 samples total. That's Missouri, Kansas Wildlife and Parks in the South Central Zone, and private submissions together. Total positives for the whole works last season was 228. That's 10% positive rate for the entire sample, 10%. Most of those positives are in the Northwest where you would expect it, but we are seeing those sparks again that I mentioned on August 4th. Missouri is done sampling. They're analyzing data now. Hopefully we'll get something from them in a few months. We continue to sample through May as an agency, the sick and suspect animals. Those are the animals our biologists collect, and we get those sent to KSVDL, Kansas Veterinary Lab in Manhattan. And it's May because I have to have business finished up the end of May because we get billed every month. So what we do in May, we're billed in June, and we want to get finished up before the fiscal year starts July 1, if anybody wants to know that. New counties added this past season. This is always interesting. We just keep filling in the blanks. So Saline County, Smoky Hill Bombing Range, Marshall County, close to Blue Rapids. We also don't drill down the coordinates, and usually we don't get those anyway, but just to protect hunting areas for the public and maintain trust, we don't give specific locations out to the public. We just will generally tell you a distance and direction from a town, and that's been good enough for years. McPherson County, northwest corner of the county. Sedgwick County is going to draw some attention, northwest corner of the county. So it's all moving east gradually. Shawnee County, right here, northwest of town, northwest of Topeka, 4 or 5 miles, and then Rice County. The Rice County positive didn't have a location. The county was listed and no location was given, so we're calling it Rice. And the study would put a centroid in the middle of the county to document that. This is the map we share with the public every year. I just keep adding dots, and it looks bad, and it is bad, but these are everything 1996 to right now. So we're up to 966 positives from 96 to yesterday. And down below there in that white's all the counties, and there's number of positives by county. Top 10 list for positives in a county. If hunters sometimes like to know this stuff. Sheridan's at 83, so it has 83 positives at number 1. Decatur, and that's what you would expect in the Northwest. They've had it longer. It's been out there, natural dispersal of sick animals and a lot of other reasons why this spreads. Smith County is kind of concerning. That's North Central Zone, and Phillips is number 5. So I said it was getting bad there, and this just shows that. 562 positives in these 10 counties explain 58% of the total positives. Of the 966 cumulative positives, 602 of those positives are in the last 3 years. 729 of those positives are in the last 4 years. This is called exponential growth. It'll start out slow, go for years, and you'll find 10, 12, 15, and that's what we show. And then all of a sudden, boom, she goes up. And that's how most diseases operate. That's how a lot of wildlife populations operate. So it's a nature thing. Just going to run quickly through the graph. You can see where we started in 2005. 2007, this is all cumulative, so I'm adding all the dots on for each year. We didn't find it in 2006, so we jumped to 2007, 8, 9, 10. See the sparks go out south and east as we're looking for it. And I believe that is 2000 last season. So you can see the sparks everywhere now. Why is it so bad in the northwest part of Kansas and west? That's the question we get. Why is it so bad? I have some ideas on that. The Missouri study is going to look at some of these variables and see if there's correlations with prevalence and these variables and come up with models. The picture on the right is a Norton County road bank. It's clay. There's no humus in this soil profile out there. Prions bind to clay particles and become 700 times more infectious when they do so. This is a paper published. I didn't cite it here, but that was done long ago, probably 20 years ago, when they're looking at, because the prions never go away. They're dumped on the ground. What happens to them? That's what generated that study. So this is an example of one reason it may be bad in northwest Kansas, because of the high clay content and less humus. Humus is getting some hype about denaturing prions. It does, but you have to have quite a bit of it to do any good. But we definitely would have more humus in the east. So I'm hoping that the Missouri study can tease out some of that stuff. The disease has been there longer, just simple mathematics of if something's in an area longer, you're going to have more of it over time than an area that just gets a spark of CWD. That's common sense. It has more time to spread naturally. Deer dispersing, yearlings leaving with the disease, Colorado deer coming in, Nebraska. And then this deal here. Continuation of our tradition of baiting and feeding after a disease arrives. When you don't have a disease on the landscape, and we baited and fed stuff for centuries, however long you've been doing it, it's neutral. But when you get a disease like CWD, you have to stop. You have to stop baiting and feeding, because every deer's coming there and they're going to pick up those prions at that site. And there's a lot of other reasons not to bait and feed too, and Levi will talk about that later, but baiting spreads this disease. And they're found there. They found prions at salt licks and deer feeders, corn feeders. They know it's there. So what could help slow prevalence and geographic spread in eastern Kansas? We're talking about eastern Kansas now, say what's left. Natural helpers is the first thing that popped in my head. We have more humus and less clay soil profile in the soil profile in the east, which should help us a little bit. It's not going to save us. And then the cyclic hemorrhagic disease outbreaks that we have there will take out a lot of deer, and we're due for one. We started to have one last year. It will reduce the population and reduce those contact rates just naturally when that happens. Do we rely on those two things to stop it completely? No, we're slowing it. We're slowing the prevalence when we can't. There's no eradication of this disease, and all of my colleagues in other states will agree with that. So the human helper aspect of it is to stop baiting and feeding when we can. If we have to do it by regulation, that's what we'll do it. The thing is, it's a tragedy of the commons. When somebody's doing something next to you on some other property and you're voluntarily trying to help the deer, it's a very, very, what I want to say, you want to do it too. If they're doing it, what does it matter if I don't do it? So that's the primary reason why it's out of control. People do it. And you can go to places like around Quivira National Wildlife Refuge. It's all around the perimeter. Those baiting and feeding stations. Where is our hot spot in Stafford County? near Furbearer Wildlife Refuge. So, and then stop bringing carcasses east, and actually moving carcasses around anywhere is a bad idea when most of the prions are in the brain and spinal cord. It's common sense. A lot of this is very common sense, but to get everybody on board, it seems to really be a trouble. So there is still, this is the good news. If there's any, you got to have good news when you talk about a bad news deal, dark cloud. There's still no evidence any human being has acquired a TSE from eating a positive cervid deer elk. None, no evidence. Nobody's gotten sick by this. But back to the dark cloud, number one, thousands are eaten every year and they're untested. Thousands of positive deer in North America are eaten. They're untested. No human has it yet. Number two is maybe it's not enough positives have been eaten yet. If you guys remember BSE, mad cow disease in the 90s, millions of people ate that beef, millions. They said the hamburger was safe to eat, you know, the microphone video clip. 200 and some people got it after millions ate it. So we might be protected by and not see that first case for a long, long time because millions of people are not going to eat these positives. We're losing the hunter base, and it may be 20, 30 years before we get up to a number like that. And the awareness now not to eat those is out there. So I think that might help us. Number three, maybe there's an incubation time. The macaques in Canada was 9 to 10 years before they came down with it, and they fed those 2 macaques. And it wasn't replicated in Denver or at the Colorado Institute, so it wasn't replicated, but it was 9 to 10 years. What if humans is 20 to 30 years? So that's why we don't recommend eating positives. We have no clue if there's an incubation time, and we don't want to see that Trojan horse. Okay, number 4, I'll quickly move on here. Maybe humus will never get, maybe humans will never get the CWD variant. So we might have a barrier in our gut that prevents that from ever happening. Maybe that's what's going on. The last final thing there on that part is the lab experiments using non-human primates and humanized mice. That's where they change the DNA so those mice express human genes. That continues to suggest the risk is not zero. They're seeing things, and we need to pay attention to that as we have. There is some evidence known for years now that CWD is adversely affecting some cervid populations. There's 4 for sure published where the populations are affected by it. More to come. The long-term model Colorado came out with 2 to 3 years ago still suggests the loss of older trophy animals over time. This is something you're not going to just see it overnight. It'll be long-term. I have some notes here closer to home. Anecdotal evidence in Decatur County. I have a friend that lives there, and he's lived there for 40 years, a deer hunter. He says there's fewer older deer, Shane. And I talked to him. I said, "You really?" And he goes, "Yeah, I just don't see them anymore, not on trail cameras." And that's right around the Oberlin area that's had it the longest. And I wanted to end on a positive note. We still have a robust deer population in the state. This can somewhat mislead people into thinking all our deer are sick. And to some states, they don't want any deer coming from Kansas because we're a CWD state. We have a lot of healthy animals out there. We have a robust buck population. We still get a lot of brain abscesses that attest to that trophy robust deer population. And we're a destination state. We're number 5, I believe, in the nation for people coming here to spend their money to go hunt these big animals that we have. So anything we can do to continue that and do what we can about CWD and maintain those trophies and that desire of those people to come here, I think we need to do it. Did I just shut it off?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I'm going to talk a little bit about the new plan for next year. Missouri has done sampling, so some folks have gotten used to. Yeah. Some people have gotten used to statewide surveillance and having their deer tested for free. And we've been talking about this in meetings, and we have a plan that we can give you the tentative plan. There'll be a little changes to it, but we're going to try to move toward a contract with the lab at Manhattan so we can get out of that $25,000 barrier that we have. We have to have a contract if it's over 25. So, and then we can test more samples for any interested hunters. A lot of these 2,000 samples are coming from deer. The hunter doesn't even know their deer's tested. You know, they're going to taxidermists. So we're going to try to take care of those folks that really are interested in CWD and others, and test as many as we can until we decide our funding is exhausted. And this is going to shorten wait times. The primary reason, the problem is when these samples are sent to the lab, a hunter has to wait a month, 2 months. That's not good. That's not good enough when you want to process your deer. So we're going to shorten that up and ship samples from our district and regional offices every week and get them to the lab, get them in the pipeline, and probably have results back in 2 weeks to 3 weeks, maybe even less than that, especially for the early ones that get there. We're still going to sample the southwest zone. And that map's up in the top left corner. This will be our only area where I will be using collectors and paid collectors. They'll get $12 a sample. I'm losing collectors there. The taxidermists are retiring. One guy moved out of state. So we won't get that many from the southwest. And that I circled it there. That's southwest zone in rotation. Hunters will bring their samples or heads to the district regional offices. We'll have to adjust on some things. Maybe we'll meet some people some places. Don't really have that teased out, worked out yet. Then the biologists will ship to the lab every week, speed up testing results and turn around, like I mentioned. Hunters will also be allowed to ship their own samples to the lab, and we'll pay for it if we get a data card. I'll put a data card for right now. I think I'm going to put it in the hunting regulations. They can just clip it out. Like some things we have in there, and then fill it out and give that to the lab when they take their sample there, ship it there. We have to have that to be able to pay for it, obviously. And then hunters can also bypass our entire program if they want and submit privately and pay the $28. And there'll be people that do that because they'll definitely, the lab prioritizes those folks that send samples in, and we're second. A close second, but we're second. And I think I mentioned this, private submission been hovering around 200 a year for the past 4 years. We're expecting a max of about 1,000 samples. And so the testing fee will be 28,000 if we have 1,000 samples, but we'll have some wiggle room to go over that, take care of our constituents if we have to. That's all I had. Appreciate the time. Thanks.
Thank you. Levi.
All right. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thanks Shane for laying kind of the groundwork here. I'm gonna talk a little bit about our some low-hanging fruit that we can take care of regarding CWD in Kansas and our regulations. Shane kind of alluded to it with carcass movement and kind of where we're going with this. So that's the map from the USGS that shows their what they know for CWD infection and endemic areas around the country. I pulled this just a couple days ago, so it was updated in March, but there's still a few new counties for a lot of places that aren't on there. But just to kind of give you the general idea of where CWD is found across the North America. And the gray counties or whatever governmental district those are, is the CWD found in free ranging populations. And the colored dots are whether they're found in captive populations that were depopulated in yellow, or red if it's in a current captive cervid population. And so in looking at regulations, reviewed all the states that border Kansas, and then tried to focus on states that are a little more similar in their situation of the spread of CWD within their state relative to way it looks in Kansas right now, and then a couple others as I was able to get to them. So there's a lot of digging through different states' websites and regulation documents to look at what they've been doing. And while doing that, I've been also not just looking at what their carcass import restrictions are, but also their internal within their state restrictions. And then additionally, their baiting and feeding regulations in regards to CWD and otherwise. As Shane mentioned, there's some other reasons to take a look at baiting besides just CWD and disease. But, you know, habitat impacts around feeders, the predation plays a role in that, although we've heard some great discussion on that earlier. But then also general health for deer too, such as aflatoxins, reviewing whether or not it's actually necessary to hunt overbait. There's some studies that show that there's no difference in harvest overbait and not overbait. But just taking that review, and that'll be coming here down the line. And so what I'm going to focus on today is the import of carcasses into the state from another state. So with that, this is going to be hard to read. I'll try to just outline it, looking at different states and what's included. Most of the states that I looked at have a carcass ban in place. There were three notable exceptions: Colorado, Nebraska, and South Dakota. And the way they've handled stuff has all been different between those three states. Colorado did have import restriction in place, but they've since struck that regulation and are focusing entirely on large educational efforts. Nebraska's just never had any regulations and not had anything that's made it very far if it was even proposed. And then South Dakota has taken the approach of implementing disposal regulations rather than carcass movement regulations. But they also have greater jurisdiction as far as what they oversee regarding taxidermist processors and such versus what we may have. Otherwise, pretty much every state had a carcass ban. About half, not quite half, have their restrictions are listed or set to the infected areas only. So if it's outside of that where it's not been detected yet, the restrictions don't apply. Most states include some provision for deboned meat specifically that they list as being able to be transported. Some specifically mentioned cut and wrapped meat, which may potentially contain bones. Most of them include quarters with no head or spine. Almost everybody has something regarding hides, especially with no excess tissue attached. Clean skulls for most states. Clean teeth. Some people like to save teeth from elk with the canines. So whistlers or buglers, sometimes they're called. Antlers, some states specifically mention shed antlers. Some just say antlers not attached to a skull. And antlers on a clean skull, most every state allows that. Almost everybody allows finished taxidermy or tan products. A couple states don't specifically mention those, but assuming they probably would fall under the antlers on a clean skull plate, it's a finished taxidermy project. And a few states allow, you can import carcasses, but in some cases or parts that don't necessarily fit any of the other definitions directly to a processor or taxidermist. And just to kind of cover a few of the differences that I saw across different states, Arizona, which doesn't have CWD yet or has yet to detect it, they don't allow velvet on antlers either. Illinois has a landfill indemnity law in place to try to convince landfill operators to participate in their disposal efforts where they can't be, nobody can come back on them later for having prions if they were, helping to implement this proper disposal. They also require, as one of their things for importing stuff directly to a processor or taxidermist, all tissue's got to be frozen as part of theirs. Minnesota has a non-resident direct travel exemption. So if you're bringing a whole carcass into the state, but not staying in Minnesota, you're just traveling through and it's part of your direct route from where you came from to where you're going, they're exempted from their restrictions. Missouri has a 48 hours to taxidermist. But again, they have a lot greater jurisdiction too in their state as far as they actually can regulate taxidermists and processors that take wild game. New Mexico requires that anything that's got to be discarded in the field or sent to an incinerator. I believe their state has purchased and installed some incinerators. Texas, they have an uncleaned head waiver requirement for bringing anything outside of from a infected area directly to a processor or taxidermist. You can print it and you've got to maintain that and give it to whoever you are taking that animal to. Wisconsin also includes that 72-hour taxidermist processor rule or exception to import tissues. And then Wyoming, not only do they have a import restriction, and then also a internal movement restriction, they also have an export restriction. It's illegal to export whole carcasses from Wyoming. And, they as a state have the most widespread of any state as far as CWD infection around them. And so then I also am going to quickly, I'll summarize the the OFWA best management practices for reducing the risk of CWD transmission regarding carcasses. And what they recommend as the best case, best thing to do is to prohibit the importation of intact cervid carcasses, which includes, the spinal column and the brain tissue, that central nervous system, from all states and provinces. Just stop it altogether. But then they do say that restriction, you should allow cut wrap meat, deboned meat, clean skulls or skull cap with no brain material, shed antlers, hides, canine teeth, and finished taxidermies products. But they also provide some alternatives. One is to allow the quartered carcasses with no spinal column or brain tissue in addition to what's mentioned above. Another one is to, prohibit all the movement, but only from those infected areas or known infected areas. And then import, only from known parts coming from states with known infection. So very similar to the last one, except that in that case, even if you're hunting in an area where they've not detected CWD, you still couldn't bring it because that state has an infection. And, consider passage of all the appropriate parts if it's even from a state with CWD positive status. And then the last one is to consider allowing import of the whole carcass, provided the carcass is accompanied by a not detected CWD test, which they recognize might be difficult to implement due to the turnaround time required for CWD testing. Implementation of that would likely be on the hunter to be able to store that carcass off, wherever they got it until they're able to bring it. But and so with that, I'm going to jump to what, as our first look at this, is potentially a proposed regulation for Kansas. And I wrote it to keep it very simple and be understandable, although certainly there may be some language that needs to be adjusted in it. But the way it reads is the importation of wild cervid carcasses, specifically say wild, since we don't have jurisdiction over captive cervids in Kansas, and would have to work with the Department of Ag to address captive cervid carcasses. So the importation of wild cervid carcasses into Kansas is prohibited except for whole carcasses after a not detected CWD test is received from or status is received from a test performed by an accredited laboratory. There may be down the road a home test, a field test, but we're quite a ways from that, and they're still developing it. And then quarters with all the spine and head materials removed, deboned meat, cut and wrap meat, hides with that excess flesh removed, clean skulls, clean teeth, skull plate or cap with antlers attached and cleaned of soft tissue, antlers without skull plate attached. Which would allow shed antlers, finished taxidermy products, tanned hides. And then following kind of what Missouri has in theirs for their import is heads and capes with not more than 6 inches of neck attached or antlers attached to an unclean skull plate cap if they are submitted to a taxidermist within 72 hours after entry and the taxidermist disposes of waste tissue in a licensed landfill. What we don't want is to bring that in and then have it dumped somewhere on the landscape. And then tissues for use at a diagnostic or research laboratory. Somebody's willing to go through the effort of, quartering or deboning their meat wherever they harvested their animal and then bring it to Kansas and want to bring their lymph nodes to submit to the lab in Manhattan. We want to be able to let them do that. Or, for research purposes if a lab needs to get more material. And then tissues for research not being used at a laboratory with prior approval by KDWP. This one, a couple different states have some specific language for this. It's kind of all over the map on exactly how it's worded. This seemed the simplest one. And then, hunters would still have to maintain that proof of sex as required by regulations as they're traveling through. It doesn't excuse that. And we've been trying to, we've opened our regulations on that up to give them some options to do that. And so that would be the language we're proposing as a, not bringing CWD into Kansas from another source. We are also, as I said, talking about what we can do within the state, which is a harder question. I don't have specific language for you today, but I've got the map that shows kind of the spread by year of how CWD, and so we've detected it in many parts of the state and have some areas with pretty high prevalence rates, but we still do have areas that we have not yet detected CWD. And as Shane mentioned, not bringing carcasses east would be a big benefit. And so what we're sort of considering is something that follows along the lines of you can transport the carcass within the management unit of harvest and up to 30 miles from the boundary to let people that are, hunting fairly, maybe not right out their back door, but still kind of locally to get to their home or a taxidermist. And if they want to go farther, then, probably be looking at, can you quarter it, leave the head and spine within that area. But we're still discussing exactly how we can approach that and what will work, what seems like it would work well for us. And so with that, I will, I guess, stand for questions, because that completes what I've got for you.
Okay, any questions for Levi? Well, you need to stay up there. We're going to start the workshop session. Time is getting away from us, and we have a lot of workshop items to deal with, some of which will go pretty fast. I'm not going to call for another break, as people need to go stretch, go outside, use the bathroom, whatever, just go ahead, because I want to try to keep this moving here. Levi, you want to talk about the big game and wild turkey permit applications?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is KR 115-4-11, as you mentioned, the big game wild turkey permit applications. This is regarding our recent changes to the applications and preference points for pronghorn antelope. And that there were some technical edits that for some reason we didn't happen with the way the language was when it submitted. It looked like some changes were left, but some old language was also left. You've got most of those with the current text of that regulation and the technical edits on the next couple pages that are highlighted to show what's different. Staff have identified some other things with this regulation and language that we think needs to be addressed while we're doing this. And so with that, we're going to plan to workshop this at least one more time down the road. But I would take questions on this one.
Anybody have any questions for Levi? Hearing none, go on to Deer 25 series.
All right, the Deer 25 series is where we set our season dates typically. And normally, and what we've done in the past is we've always just given the dates for the upcoming season in this regulation and review it every year again. And as we're all well aware of the issues that we've had with getting regulations through the process is especially outside of our control. We've looked at rewriting a lot of these so that we don't have to necessarily vote on them every single year, and we'll just bring them to you when it's time for a change that needs to be addressed. And so I've got the new language of the actual regulation in there, where such as the archery season begins on the second Monday following the first Saturday. There's some oddness to that because trying to deal with when our youth season falls, or if it potentially would change down the road. We didn't want to use language that said the archery season starts after the youth season, because we could run into issues with that. As the changes fall, it basically gives us the same days we've been running with the last couple of years, and would maintain that, into the foreseeable future unless we have to address some other change. The biggest change in this is that we propose the extended pre-rut in DMU 12 to help address deer overpopulation in there, and quite an increase in landowner and especially ag producer complaints and deer damage permits. And we're seeing that in other cases too, as far as our deer vehicle accidents and such. And so that adds specifically that in Unit 12, the extended pre-rut whitetail deer antlers only season begins the Tuesday immediately following Columbus Day, because Columbus Day is the last day of the regular pre-rut, and continues to 6 more days, which would give them 2 full weekends in that unit for 9 days for some additional firearms opportunity, especially for a season that's almost 98% of the activity during that is residents. And also to be earlier to hopefully help address some crop stuff, crop damage while it's still occurring. What we would do if this is passed with endurable language, so we don't have to do it every year, we'd still, like we do for the secretary's orders, put the dates down, the actual, September 2nd of 2023 to September 10th for 2023 for the youth disability. We'd bring that before you just to make sure everybody's aware of what the days actually are. Another added benefit of the durable language would be that hunters in Kansas, other folks that are interested in when our deer seasons are going to fall, will be able to look at that and say, 2-3 years down the road, this is when it'll fall. And so that can help with planning. In some years, we've done stuff like move the youth season back a weekend so that it didn't fall on September 1st, so that people didn't have to choose between taking their kids out for dove hunting, which is a great youth opportunity, and youth deer season opening. With this, we might have that overlap, but they can at least plan for what's going on down the road too. And with that, I will take questions about the 25 series.
Any questions for Levi? Okay, roll into the next one. We've had this one before too. Go ahead.
All right, this is KR 115-25-9A, which is the seasons on our military subunits. As of right now, this one still has specific dates. We are going to be working with our cooperators at those military subunits to find a way to address this regulation in more durable language too. But with many of the differences, we just haven't been able to work that out yet and figure out what exactly we can and can't allow as far as season dates on these properties. Maybe it's potentially something such as posted notice or something like that, but we got to work this out and make sure we include them in how we do this. So with that, for 2023, Smoky Hill is just going to follow the statewide seasons, and the whitetail antlerless harvest recommendations of 5 permits in that unit. Fort Riley has following statewide with the following exceptions, additional days of firearm hunting opportunity for antlerless deer only from November 24th, 2023 through November 26th, 2023. Their firearm season dates would be December 16th through December 23rd. And a deer hunter may use one antlerless permit on Fort Riley. Fort Leavenworth then has requested the same dates as statewide, except that their open firearm season would be November 11th through November 12th, November 18th through November 19th, November 23rd through November 26th, December 2nd through December 3rd, and December 9th through December 10th. That's the same number of days, just spread over several weekends. But that's kind of one of the reasons it's been difficult to get this into durable language too, with those changes and shifts. And then they would fall in the extended firearm season from January 1st to the 24th. For January 1st of 2024 through January 21st, 2024. And then also the extended archery season, which is January 22nd, 2024 through January 31st of 2024. And with that, those are the proposed dates for the military subunits for this upcoming year.
Any questions? All right, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Matt Peak, Furbearer biologist. I'll be talking about the Furbearer regulations first, and I kind of alluded to this earlier, but the night vision season ends March 31. And so our plan is to conduct a survey at the end of that season and be back in April with at least some preliminary information. We'll also be reviewing Furbearer regulations at that time, during that process through the Furbearer committee, looking for considering ways that we might increase for certain species of Furbearer harvest. At the last commission meeting, I had a couple questions about night vision season. Commissioner Spore, I think, asked about what the current permit sales were. And this week, as of this week, it looks like we have about a 40% increase in night vision permit sales from the previous season. And we would anticipate that we're going to sell over 6,000. So that's the number. And then Commissioner Sill had also inquired about the distribution of night vision permit holders. And just a quick assessment of that indicates that they are pretty widespread statewide. There's only 3 counties in the state that there were fewer than 10 night vision permits sold in. And those were 3 of our most unpopulated counties. And so, as you would expect, fewer people, fewer permit sales. Another interesting thing I noted in doing that, going through that, is that 19% of the night vision permit holders are people who live out of state. And so there are a lot of people coming in. I've heard that some of these competition hunts were drawing a lot of people in and stuff from out of state. So that was an interesting fact that came about. So I think that's all I have. We've covered Furbearer issues pretty extensively earlier, so I'll turn this back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for Matt? Okay, thank you. You got more here, don't you?
Yep. Oh
yeah, you're going to talk about antelope.
All right, pronghorn up next. Okay, yeah, I really don't have anything different to add from the last meeting. We're making some changes to the terminology so that we take the specific dates out and to make the regulation a little bit longer lasting. And then we're also proposing to do away with the second half of the archery season, or the late archery season. And then I do have permit allocations I could sit here and read off that we'll be recommending, but I'll just say for today that they're similar to what they've been in recent years. And maybe I'll wait for a future meeting to actually list them off unless you'd like to hear them.
No, go ahead. No.
Okay. All right, then that's all I've got for pronghorn. Thank you.
All right.
Said that twice, didn't he?
Talk
Just
about
trying to
elk.
accommodate you, Mr. Chairman.
Talk about elk.
Okay, same deal with elk. We have a couple of, we have some changes in the language so that we're not listing specific years. So we're not listing the calendar years. Otherwise, things are good with elk. We are proposing 12 any elk and 18 antlerless elk on Fort Riley. I'll sneak that one in there. And that's the same number that we've proposed in recent years, that we've allocated in recent years. So no change there. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn this back over.
Okay, any questions for Matt? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan, Tom.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the commission. As mentioned back in January, the last commission meeting, this is the time of year where public lands comes forward with any proposed changes or any new regulations, and we don't have any at this time. We did mention last time that we are discussing the hunting pressure issues, and that's mostly focused around the waterfowl. Tom Bedrowski's here to give a presentation on what some of that looks like. So for the sake of time, Tom, I'll hand it over to you.
All right, Tom.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, visiting and viewing public. Would like to give a brief update on the status of Kansas waterfowling and KDWP's efforts to manage waterfowl hunting pressure. North America waterfowl landscape is quickly changing, not only the physical landscape, but also the social dynamics. This is leading to changes in how we hunt, where we hunt, and when we hunt. When activity steeped in tradition, like waterfowling, undergoes new pressures, there can be clashes of what a waterfowling experience should be, or what is the new norm. Modern waterfowlers have the benefits of longer seasons and greater arrangement of season dates. Since 1997, we've had a 74-day season in our Low Plains unit. Our previous longest season, you have to go back to 1958 from that. For most waterfowlers, we've had 1 or 2 zones through the history, but since 2012, we've had 4 zones that have splits that space out the season. Since 2004, we are hunting later than ever. Since 2004, we've been able to hunt the last 2 weeks of January. You would have to go back to the 1930s to include those hunting days. Waterfowlers have the greater advantage to travel, and they do travel more to hunt. As we've seen in the last few years, people are more mobile and have greater ability to travel due to remote working abilities. We have, with our cell phones, we have access to better and more current information. We can look at satellite maps, get scouting reports just at our fingertips. We also have the benefit of modern equipment, with nearly any waterfowling gadget has improved over the decades. Think of Gore-Tex, neoprene, mud motors have replaced cotton jackets, rubber waders, and a pole boat. Due to its ample and quality waterfowl hunting opportunities, Kansas is a waterfowl hunting destination. This increased hunting pressure can affect waterfowl distribution and behavior. Greater pressure can reduce hunting access and decrease waterfowling quality overall. This can lead to decreased hunter satisfaction, especially among resident hunters. Maintaining resident Kansas hunters is a high priority. Kansas residents are critical for the support of local conservation issues such as water rights, legislative actions, and land acquisitions. Kansas cannot maintain its waterfowl hunting heritage without a strong resident waterfowlers. There are many challenges to the future of Kansas waterfowling. It will take a variety of approaches and timelines to ensure Kansas retains its waterfowl hunting heritage. Hunters are the utmost important, but also to find amiable solutions will take other stakeholders' involvement, such as guides and outfitters, rural communities and businesses, and Kansas elected officials. To examine the impacts of these pressures and develop actions to offset them, Kansas Wildlife and Parks has created an ad hoc committee. Our goal is to maintain Kansas waterfowl hunting heritage by providing quality waterfowl habitat and valued hunting experiences, specifically to assess impacts of waterfowl hunting pressure due to increasing non-resident hunters guiding and outfitting activities, and crowding on public lands, and then to develop appropriate strategies to address these identified issues. To ensure we meet our goal, the committee has developed 5 objectives. We want to improve and create additional waterfowl habitat and waterfowl hunting opportunities. We want to manage waterfowl hunting pressure and disturbance to benefit the waterfowl resources to improve waterfowl hunting. We want to ensure Kansas residents have waterfowl hunting opportunities and improve waterfowl hunter satisfaction. We want to evaluate Kansas waterfowl hunting license, permits, pricing, and allocation. We also want to make sure we engage Kansas waterfowl community, guiding and outfitting industries, Kansas elected officials to improve Kansas waterfowl habitats, waterfowl hunting, and also to encourage waterfowl hunting ethics. As the issues surrounding the status of waterfowl are complex and interwoven, it will take a variety of approaches and implementations timelines to improve Kansas waterfowl hunting. So we've divided these tasks into 5 different approaches with various iterations among them. And so they are licensing-based alternatives, season structure alternatives, Kansas Wildlife and Parks managed land property alternatives, guiding and outfitting alternatives, and then communication and outreach approaches. KDWP has already implemented some actions, with most of these directed at specific wildlife area issues. Some actions can be implemented more quickly than others. And this is due to some actions will take efforts outside KDWP's authority, such as ones that include the need for legislative approval, which would include any action relating to licensing structures, land purchases, or guiding. We recognize this is a learning process and approaches need to be thoroughly vetted, reviewed after implementation, and in some cases maybe need to be modified. Stakeholder involvement is the key to have meaningful results. Stakeholder preferences will vary, and due to these varying preferences, finding amiable solutions may be contentious. In the next few months, KDWP's ad hoc committee will be developing and evaluating possible actions. As viable alternatives become apparent, we will engage the commission and stakeholders. We look forward to working with the commission and all stakeholders to improve Kansas waterfowl hunting. With that, be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions for Tom?
Commissioner Spohr.
Yeah.
What's the timeline for this committee and what would you think would be reasonable to come up with some solutions?
So within the next month or two, the committee will be working at developing a list of all possible alternatives, all those ideas that everyone's been spitting out over the last few years and looking around some of the other states. So we will be compiling that list and be bringing those options as forward and kind of providing different timelines based on different options. You know, some for like wildlife areas would just be through our commission process, through the open regulation document on public lands. However, some will take working with the legislature, which could take through their process, take up 1 to 2 or 3 or more years for some.
Mm-hmm. Well, in my opinion, I guess we finally realized that we've got a problem. So I guess that's the first direction in solving our problem. The next thing is how many more resident waterfowl hunters are we going to lose in the meantime to get to any type of solution, and whether the solutions will be enough to satisfy the resident hunters is here to be seen. Are we going to come up with some ideas today, or are we just going to do the committee deal, or what's the thinking here?
Mr. Chair, I might jump in if that's all right.
Sure.
Secretary Lovelace. So Tom's helped leading this, but he's kind of dragging along. And so we're trying to push faster, be more aggressive. To Commissioner Spohr's point, we met within the last month. We've got, the additional meetings scheduled, but in parallel, one of the problems with this process is if we do all our internal conversations and then reach outwardly, it slows everything down. It all becomes sequential. What we're trying to do is things in parallel while we're having these internal conversations. We're also reaching out. Tuesday, we'll be with the guides and outfitters. We'll need to reach out to the public and start getting their input in the meanwhile. So we'll try to do this as much as we can. Once we come up with some concrete ideas, share those. So we're working things in parallel to try to speed up the process. So we agree with you, Commissioner Spohr, that we feel some urgency to this. We realize that it's a situation we need to address as quickly as we can. So we're feeling that that sense of urgency also, and we're trying to move accordingly.
It is a high priority for the agency, and this is a thing we've been thinking about for years and monitoring. And we have been implementing solutions that some just take more time than others because they're outside of our scope. There's something that we wish we could fix immediately, but if we don't address the issue properly, then we'll end up chasing bad regulations to fixes, and then there's not just a simple solution for all of this.
Yeah. Who's all on the committee?
So we have 6 public land wildlife managers. Most of them are in conjunction with most of our waterfowl and major public areas. We have 3 public land biologists out of our wildlife divisions. We have the 2 migratory game bird biologists, myself and Rich Schulteis. We have the chiefs of wildlife division as well as public lands division, and Stuart Shrug is chairing the committee.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sill, I am totally on board with the fact that this is largely a waterfowl issue at the moment, but this is a public lands issue. You've lost 10,000 deer hunters, related to access and things over the past 10 years. So this is, I'm a little disappointed that this is waterfowl issues, not public lands issues, because it's the same. If we ignore this long enough, the waterfowl hunters will quit, non-residents will come, and it'll all quiet down because the ones are frustrated will quit chirping. That's kind of my take on what's happened with the deer hunting over the past 10 years, is that they just quit. There's more to it. I understand. There's philosophy towards public lands that carries across all the species. Policies vary. The waterfowl policy on public lands has to be different than deer policy. They're different. But the philosophy needs to be there. And I'm going to be terribly disappointed if we go through this process and address hunting pressure and resources and quality experiences for waterfowl hunting on public lands, but don't address that for other species too. So I hope that in this, Tom's leading waterfowl, but this is a public lands issue, not just a single species issue.
Sure. As some of the issues, particularly when it comes to private land leasing, for other species, predominantly deer, does affect waterfowl hunting. So this would kind of be providing a roadmap of how we address some of those issues.
Any
Mr.
other
Chair.
questions for Tom?
Mr. Chair, I might.
Yeah.
Brad Lovelace. Commissioner Sill, it's a point well taken. Tom just mentioned about leasing of private land too, and that does affect waterfowl as well as deer. In our conversation we're having with the guides and outfitters, those are the folks who are leasing a lot of that land. Next week, we'll be talking about ways to open that up, because the comments we get from our deer hunters are, I don't have access to the land I used to have. And they're not talking about public land, they're talking about private land. So we're going to try to have a conversation with those people that are controlling those leases about if there isn't a window of opportunity that we could open for the public on lands that have not been accessible to them because of those leases. So we're trying to be creative and figure out ways to get them out there, and also address this perception by the public that people are with deep pockets are coming in and leasing this land out from underneath us and our ability to use it like we could historically. So while we absolutely support a landowner's right to earn income off of that for deer or whatever, we're trying to figure out if there's a good middle ground where it could be shared at some points in the season, and that would largely benefit our resident hunters.
Commissioner Spohr, I had conversations with Secretary Lovelace last week and the last couple of weeks, and and talked a lot about this, and I've thrown out lots of different things that the things that I'm throwing out are kind of things that probably aren't very achievable through the regs and rules policy, but I guess I've got kind of a new thought on waterfowling. And I've studied all the other states. North Dakota, you can only hunt 14 days as a non-resident waterfowl hunt. South Dakota has zones that non-residents can't hunt. And I've thought a lot about limiting the week between Christmas and New Year's and limiting the last week of the season to resident hunters only. I think that's an achievable goal for the committee. It's something that I think can be passed. And I think it is something that would go a long ways to start making our resident waterfowl hunters happier. And also a thought is Nebraska and South Dakota have started an optional duck harvest season where you can either choose to shoot 6 ducks that are limited to 5 mallards, so many hens, and then 1 other duck, or a variety of 6 ducks, but it's based on sex and species. And your option 2 in Nebraska and South Dakota is you can just shoot 3 ducks of any kind. And that's an option, I suppose, when you buy your license. And it was just interesting to me that that option was out there. And I guess an option that comes to my mind when we're talking about non-resident pressure on public lands and commercial hunting, what if the state of Kansas allowed all non-residents to hunt whenever they wanted to, wherever they wanted, but they were limited to 3 geese and 3 ducks? How simple is that? Thank you.
So the 2-tier experiment they just finished up the 2nd year of a 5-year experiment that South Dakota and Nebraska, something that the Central Flyway Council had been asking for about a decade. And we've tried different alterations, like Ethan, remember the Hunter's Choice back in the mid 2000s. So the 2-tier system allows its way to bring in new novices, ones that think that duck ID or waterfowl hunting regulations are complicated. So it's kind of an R3 effort to either to reactivate older hunters to get them back in or bring in new hunters. So that is not a direct option right now until that's evaluated the Fish and Wildlife Service after that 5-year period. So there'll be 3 more seasons of them to looking at the effects of harvest and what species are taken. Right now, Kansas does have the ability to reduce bag limits as long as we're more restrictive than the states. But you're really gonna have to look at maybe a 2 or 3 bird, or probably a 1 or 2 bird to really start seeing people's changes in that. We just went from a 3 Canada goose limit back in 2012 to our current 6. And so things like that may not have the effect. It's usually around the 2 birds we start seeing people drop, not saying for particularly like for public lands that couldn't have some benefits. And all those the options you described there were kind of fun, fill in our season structure alternatives where we thought about different opening dates and those type of things would fall, and bag limits would fall in those or some iteration of.
The 2 suggestions that Troy made, will the Waterfowl Committee explore those?
So for this year, no. Our staff recommendations, I'll present them later this evening. Something that we rather vet through the waterfowl, this ad hoc committee, hunting pressure committee, to look at those type of options of packaging, what can be done, and what kind of impacts they may have.
Chairman Lauber.
Yes.
Stuart Shrug. What Commissioner Spore suggested with designating resident days is on the list of proposed recommendations under this ad hoc committee.
Okay. Any more questions for Tom?
This Commissioner's floor, I just don't know how we can go one more year with the door wide open. I don't know if it's already too late. It's like, in my opinion, I see a lot of it that's already too late. We've already lost too many resident waterfowl hunters to the pressure. I don't know that we can stand another year of it.
Our resident
very
waterfowl
frustrated over the whole process and trying to figure it out, and it's very frustrating.
So our resident waterfowl numbers have remained stable, particularly over the last 5 years. We have been seeing that increase in non-residents. However, this year, our non-resident numbers are back down to like about the 2017, 2018 levels.
I must have missed that survey.
It's provided in the briefing item where we have the season dates, the staff recommendations. You can look at those trends.
No, I didn't get to take the survey.
That's just
Kansas
based off
waterfowl
stamp sales.
Yeah. I don't know, just because you bought a stamp doesn't mean you went hunting.
Then it's also expressed through the HIP where we survey active waterfowl hunters.
Mm-hmm. I must have missed that survey.
Any more questions for Tom? All right, Ryan, do you want to?
Yeah, Ryan Stuckey with Public Land System Director. We had two changes that we proposed for the reference document. We have worked this through workshop approximately 8 times, better part of a year. The first change was we were proposing 2 properties down in southeast Kansas, just north of Chitopa in the Cherokee Lowlands area. And in previous commission meetings, we've had some maps given out and some other on the internet that Jason provided for us. The second one was the department was recommending adding all public land properties, which were state fishing lakes and wildlife areas, into the electronic check-in and check-out system. And this was for hunting only. Due to our licensing vendor change, the transition, there's been some challenges, and we'd like to not go forward with that part of the recommendation. I think I mentioned that last January as well. What we'd like to do is for the next commission meeting is take this part out of our recommendations to just leave the refuge proposal in, and then move that to pending regulation. So this time I'd take any questions.
Okay, any questions for Ryan? All right, Rich.
Thank you, Chairman Lauber and Commissioners. Rich Schultes, Employee Research and Survey Office, here today to talk about webless migratory game bird regulations. Part of that discussion occurred a little bit earlier today, talking about wanton waste and crows. But primarily, I just wanted to summarize as far as seasons, bag limits, those types of things for webless migratory birds. There have been no changes to federal regulations, federal frameworks for the upcoming season, and staff are recommending no changes to current regulation. And for our webless species, all those regulations are in our permit regulation already, and they are of a structure that we don't need to approve them on an annual basis to make any changes. So hopefully it's the model we'll go forward with some other species as well to help with the promulgation process to make it a little more straightforward. I did want to note, based on the wanton waste discussion we had at the previous meeting and again today, that I think there'll be some further consideration there about what the best path forward is as far as crows and how to handle that. There's some complex issues there, especially when we talk about control and depredation and utilization of crow effigies to try and keep crows from coming in and damage situations, that it can be a complex issue for crows. And so, private land versus public land and how that regulation might look going forward is going to take some further thought. So we'll be coming back at another time to try and discuss that a little bit further. So I just wanted to touch on that. But with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Rich? All right, thank you. Tom, you're back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, viewing and visiting public. Today, we'll be providing information on the development of Kansas's waterfowl hunting season, including staff recommendations for the 2023 to 2024 waterfowl hunting season.
When will we vote on these?
So this will be voted on at the April meeting.
Okay.
The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service developed frameworks that establish maximum bag and possession limits, season lengths, earliest and latest closing dates. The briefing item contains how the federal frameworks are developed and the federal frameworks limitations. States must operate within these frameworks when establishing state-specific migratory game bird seasons. At the state process, the selection of waterfowl season dates are different than our resident game and as well as our webless migratory species, in that they are not adopted by a set regulation, but rather adopted by commission census. This is due to the season variability and the later timeframe for which the seasons are addressed. Kansas officially adopts its seasons through the annual season selection letter sent to the Fish and Wildlife Service on May 1st. Again, the briefing item has a summary of the federal frameworks. There are no changes from the previous year. In 2021, Kansas Wildlife and Parks incorporated a decision tool to assist in the season setting process by identifying important season date parameters for each of the Kansas waterfowl hunting zones. This process is to develop season selection stability, reduce bias, and add transparency in the season date selection process. The briefing item does include staff recommendation for the 2023-2024 waterfowl seasons. And we'll start with September till. Similar to previous seasons, staff is recommending a 9-day season in the High Plains beginning the 3rd Saturday of September and 16-day season for the Low Plains beginning the 2nd Saturday of September. The difference in days between the High Plains and Low Plains is due to the additional 23 days afforded during the general duck seasons of the High Plains unit and the 107-day season restriction limit of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Staff are again recommending to hold 2 consecutive days for youth, veterans, and active military. Staff recommends that they are held 1 week prior to the opening day of the general duck season in each of the respective Kansas duck zones. As mentioned previously, staff is incorporating tools of structured decision-making to assist in removing bias and stabilize season date selection. In review of migration patterns, harvest, hunter activity, habitat conditions, weather patterns, holidays, hunter surveys, hunter communications, and other variables, staff believe this structure provides the best long-term opportunity for most of the Kansas waterfowl hunters. On the slide and in the briefing items are the staff recommendations for season dates for each of the waterfowl hunting zones. Staff recommends a goose record similar to past years, and staff continues to a recommendation of a 6 Canada goose bag limit, which is 2 less than what the federal frameworks do allow. Consistent with past seasons, staff recommends a 15-day falconry season in Kansas Low Plains zones. Due to the migratory bird restrictions of 100-day restrictions for additional hawking days are only available for the Low Plains unit. Please note that 2024 is a leap year, so this would start the season. We backdate it from March 10th, the latest can be held. So this year it'd be February 25th, not February 24th, as noted in the briefing item. So there's how with staff recommendations, seasons would overlay each other. Again, they are due to the Fish and Wildlife Service by May 1st, and at our April commission meeting will require commission action. Thank you for your attention, and we'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for Tom? I think you've answered the question. We have to have this to the Fish and Wildlife Service by May 1st.
Correct.
Hearing no questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Jake?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission and visiting public. This is the second time I'll been before you guys. We did a general discussion, kind of laid out some of the need for increases to fees with the revenue shortfall that we're experiencing. I'm not going to go into detail on that again, as far as what we covered in the last general discussion. We've had good discussions today and some lengthy discussions, and my original presentation was about an hour, but I think I can trim it down to 45 minutes or so. Just kidding. This one will be fairly brief. And the following workshop, we'll get into some more details, but for 115-2-1, what's in your briefing book item is a modified version of that regulation that simply has an added column to the right. So as promised at the general discussion last time, this was a completion of the review of the statutes and our fee caps within the legislative statutes that we cannot exceed within our regulation. So as I'd mentioned previously, the interesting part in that process was identifying that there are a lot of our current fees that we are not at the caps. So within that document, for kind of ease of going through them, the fees in bold are the ones that were already at our statutory caps. You can see that they are not very numerous throughout the document. The primary ones where we are at the caps are with resident hunting, fishing for harvesting licenses. Aside from that, for any of the permits, other licenses, there is quite a bit of room. Highlighted are the low-hanging fruit, if you will, some of the ones that we've identified initially through the revenue committee process as based on knowing what demand is and that we have room to increase there, they are likely ones that we will be proposing increases to. So you can see how much room that we have there on those. The non-resident hunting license is one of them that's currently $95 that has a cap of $125. I'm going to skip over the turkey and come back to that in just a second. The non-resident combination 2 deer permit is an antlered deer and antlerless white-tailed deer permit. That one is currently $415, so is actually at a rate which is less than it would cost to get the antlered permit and an antlerless only permit as a non-resident separately. So that's certainly one that we're going to look at an increase to. And you'll notice the cap on that one is rather high at 800. That obviously would be higher than we would go with it, but the main reason it could potentially go that high is because within the statute, it does not specify any difference between sex, antlered, antlerless, anything like that. It just sets a cap for deer permits. The non-resident fishing license is another one that's been identified. It's currently $50, has a cap of $75. The non-resident calendar day fishing license doesn't have much room to increase, but is one that's at $7.50, has a cap of $10. Then, of course, we've already talked about the 2 separate hunting and fishing non-resident permits. The non-resident combination hunting and fishing license is currently at $135 and has the potential to increase to $200. The last 2 down there are ones that, in talking to staff in Pratt who are processing permits for both game breeder permits and controlled shooting area operator licenses. We have some room to increase in both of those, and based on the workload for processing those on an annual basis, they were recommending that we consider some increases there. Back to the non-resident turkey. That is one that we're going to have to look at the numbers. I have a to be determined in there for the turkey permit application fee, which is the only addition to the regulation as a part of the regulations that are before you, changing the non-resident turkey to a limited quota draw. There would be a reduction in the total number of non-resident turkey permits. So I do not believe that we're going to be able to make that change, as well as the change in the fall season, something that's budget neutral. We're going to see a decrease in revenue there, which we knew going into it. Overall fiscal impact of it is estimated about $700,000 for those changes. but we could try to offset that some. All that said, if we were to just ballparking here, hit the caps on every single one of these that's identified with the exception of the spring turkey permit for non-residents, based on 2021 license sale numbers, it would put us at about 3.7 million in additional revenue. If you remember when we talked in the general discussion, we were really shooting for a goal of somewhere in that $4 to $6 million in additional revenue to meet our needs, and shooting for our needs over at least the next 3 years before we go through the process of reviewing this again on a more regular basis. So we're going to take a deeper dive on this, and I'll have some additional recommendations when we come back. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions?
I was looking at the Commissioner Escarino. I was looking at for the resident lifetime fishing license. I didn't see one that was listed in there, unless you have one that is listed. I know my wife's not a hunter, but she does love to fish. And so we're of the age now where we can take advantage of that situation, and was wondering why there was not one listed. Is it down at the bottom? Lifetime.
Lifetime fishing license is at the cap, and that's at the bottom of page 2.
Senior.
Oh, senior. Yeah. I would have to take a look at that.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Any more questions? Thanks, Jake.
Yep.
Linda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of this commission. And I'm not going to be like Jake. I'm going to make you look at my PowerPoint again. So visiting public, thank you for letting me come here today. So I'm looking at our state park fees, and what I presented to you last time, and it's been a couple of times that we've talked about, is our annual camp permit. And let me see if I can get this to go. So keep in mind, we initiated that annual camp permit back in the 80s. And we did that so that we could get people into our state park systems. Today, we have significantly more campsites, more amenities than what we did back in the 80s. And so to be honest with you, our annual camp permit has really lived out its useful life for the purpose of what we were wanting to use it for. Keep in mind, remember in 2020 and 2021, we sold significant amount of annual camp permits. And to be honest with you, a lot of those were for a good reason. They were people that were coming into our state parks to camp because of the COVID issue, but it dropped down. You can see in 2022, significantly lower. Of those 2,500 permits though, in 2022, we require seasonal campers, which in the Corps of Engineers allows us to have a seasonal camp program March through November, and they can stay in one campsite with a contract with us. They have to make sure that they, in the contract, which Commissioner Seal and I just had some conversation, there's some requirements for them to do that. And it's a higher fee. And I'll show that at the end of my presentation. But of those 2,500, about 300 to 350 are those seasonal campers, because to do the seasonal camp program, we require them to have an annual camp permit. So that might be something we need to look at. So by year, look how much we get out of the annual camp program. Just the annual permit itself, still last year, was a hefty number for us. And so I don't want to put those off, but it does give us a revenue. This is the problem though. So those that purchased the permit, remember in 2022, we've sold the least amount of annual camps we've ever sold. They are staying much longer. And so that defeats our purpose of the annual camp permit. And so they're staying much longer than what it would normally be for a daily person. In addition to that, they tie up those sites. And so they're leaving their unit there, not necessarily being there all the time, but they're leaving their camper unit there, and then nobody else can utilize it. So that's the concern with the annual camp. So if you look at our unrealized revenue for that permit, just in 2022 alone, it's over $1 million. And so that's significant for us. So that's why the purpose of us to look at the annual camp permit. And I will tell you, the secretary knows that we would have looked at this in 2019, but we had historic flooding. So it wasn't a good time to look at fees. Then we hit COVID. So here we are with the opportunity to look at our fees, just like what Jake has talked about. What I wanted to say also is we talked about last time is our daily fees. So if we look at camping as a whole, which that is our main use in our state parks most generally, is people coming in to camp. And so we looked at, when we were looking at annual camp permits, there's only 2 of us in the nation that have them, New Mexico and Kansas. We started looking at the fees of our neighbors, and we are significantly lower than our neighbors on the daily fee. And so in 2019, had we have been able to come to the commission to look at fees, we would have went to probably $12. We're at 10 now. Keep in mind, though, we do have a prime fee for those sites that are more desirable during prime season. That's an extra $2 a night. So typically somebody could be coming in and spending $12 a night and for a camping instead of just 10. However, the neighbors of us are still significantly higher. So if you look at some of those, the lowest we have are Iowa's at 16, Arkansas 15. I'm going to throw Colorado out because they're at 28 a night. Missouri's 15, Nebraska's 15, and Oklahoma's 18. So those are all significantly higher, even with our $2 on there, that would be higher than what we have. And I will say to you, I believe that Kansas State Park's a good value. I don't want to price us out, but it's certainly something we should be looking at to increase our fees. In addition to that, so when somebody comes into our state park system and they make a reservation, there's a reservation fee onto that. Let me just give you a little perspective on what other states are charging on their reservation. So when other states charge on their reservation, they're I'm looking at Wyoming is at $4, Iowa's at $4.50, Missouri is at $6.50, and Nebraska is at $8.50 per reservation. We're at $2.90. So we're significantly lower, which we're thankful for with the spirit doing our reservations. I would not be up here asking for a significant increase if our reservation fees were at $8 for a reservation. That would not go over well. So I just wanted you to kind of see that. We do feel like our annual camp permit has outlived its usefulness. However, keep in mind, we have something that an annual fee for those that do the seasonal camp. I just wanted to show you, we do have a discounted permit that we will keep, but if we go up, we'll change this price, but it's a $2 a day discount. This is important for one reason. Those individuals that come in for a 14-night permit, I feel like this permit right here and the annual, frankly, saved us when the legislature looks at, do we provide a senior discount? We do on vehicles. You can get a discounted senior permit, but we've never done camping. But we still provide a permit that's a $2 a day discount if they want to camp. And so we've met with some of the Good Sam's groups on some of this. And I feel like this gives us an opportunity to provide a discounted permit to those that would want to buy this. So that's kind of, I wanted to show you that. Here's our seasonal camping program numbers. Group C is El Dorado only, so it's quite a bit higher. We have an RV site close to there that's private that is about that same, or we're a little bit higher than them, possibly even. And so those are the fees that annual camp would be in addition to these one-time purchase, and then these are a monthly fee if they sign a contract and stay at least 30 days. So I wanted you to hear that. The annual permit, our team's going to recommend we do away with that annual permit. And we will come back with some recommendations on those other fees. We've been able to track them. We weren't able to track them before in our system in the last couple of years or few years. We've been able to track them. So now we know what we're losing and what people are using them. And we know that we need to make some changes. So I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Anybody have any questions for Linda? Well, good.
Thank you.
job. Okay, now the next items are several workshop items that have been presented, I don't know how many times. So we're not going to have a presentation on them. They're the turkey fall season bag limits, turkey spring season bag limits, big game and wild turkey applications, fishing creel limit, size limit, importation of certain wildlife, and fishing special provisions. Does anybody have any questions on any of those that hadn't been asked, I suppose, in the first 5 times they've been workshopped? It's 8. Now, there's been a bunch. Does anybody have any questions? That concludes the primary agenda. We have one other item that we must do every day, or I mean, every meeting at the end. Is there any general public comment on non-agenda items? I think our public has disappeared. Hearing none. Is there any other business we need to take care of, Sheila?
We need to set a meeting for August.
Do we need to set a date or do we need
We
to?
need to set a date. And
When is our June meeting?
our June meeting is the 22nd. Now it appears, Dan, like some later in the month is what I understood. You know, their last year was August 8th. We used to tie it to the timing of the regulations and stuff when they came out. We don't have to do that as much anymore from what I understood. So I don't know if there's a preference for early in August or if
Is August 24th too late?
I think it'd be easier if it was towards the first part of the month or the middle, because a lot of.
How about, well, then let's do August 10th, August 10th.
Okay, that works.
Mr. Chair, I have some commitments, but the 17th is open. If that fits with people.
Well, I'd like to have you here. So how about August 17th?
Okay. And since we've been in this northeast part of the state, we need to think about going in a different direction. We're 3 meetings in a row right up in here. So it would be nice if we went.
Do we want to do Salina again?
So, any commissioners want us to come to their home? You can come to Pitt State, maybe Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Okay, let's look at Pittsburgh. Delia, I'll get with you on lining up a room. Thank you. August 17th in Pittsburgh. The next meeting is April 27th in Kansas City at the Wyandotte County Historical Museum. That's at Wyandotte County Park in Bonner Springs. June 22nd will be at Milford at Acorn Lodge. We are planning some events before that, either in the morning or the day before. I think we're talking something the day before and that morning. So we'll let you know in June.
Okay. Is there any other business to come before the group?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Spore.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
I want to voice my frustration with the last meeting. We were told that they were going to bring us some resolution to the pressure on public lands. And all we got was the making of a committee. And that's extremely frustrating to me. Thank you.
Any other parting comments?
We did have a question in the chat, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
This might be a Tom question. Will KDWP put out the dates and the locations to the workshops for the waterfowl workshops?
So there's currently no planned workshops at this time or public outside of the commission meetings. But as we develop suggestions and alternatives, those then we'll start workshopping and work with our public relations on the need for workshops outside the states.
Anything else before I adjourn? Well, thank you all. It's been a longer afternoon than we sometimes anticipated, but some items go fast and some have a lot to go over. Meeting adjourned.
Well, Dodge Art, meet them. Yeah, I will.